Give it a second for everybody to join. For the people that stick around anyway, we'll see. Okay, we're back. So let me try again. Let me just take it back a few seconds where we left off at. Now I'm just connected directly to YouTube, so hopefully we don't have that issue anymore. We'll see. Straight to YouTube, straight to the horse.
To show you what's already been admitted as people's 12. What are we looking at here?
So this is the backpack that the shooter was carried into the bathroom. That was examined for explosives that we found on the scene.
And what else do we see in this picture?
So you can see that there's some personal effects. There's charging cables. There's a journal. There's a book.
Are that pills? Purple haze?
Okay. When you reference journal, this is
Mouthwash, maybe.
This is what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what of note was discovered on those pages of paper? Not in the journal, but the other pages.
Yeah, so there was over 90 loose leaf papers you can see right there. They're different assignments or whatever. And can't hold me to it. Over 50 were had drawings of firearms on them.
Now, sir, did you have the opportunity to review that handwritten journal that's depicted in People's 12?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Describe what that journal is.
So, the contents, sir, or describe the journal?
Both.
So the journal was a hardbound leather type journal. Should be in there. You might need to cut it open more. It was there was approximately 22 pages of written information in the journal. It appears from some of the dates that it was written from the back cover to the front. The earlier dates seem to be on the back side, if that makes sense to you.
Drop the link for the other video.
Like I said, it was about 22 pages total in length.
Judge, I'm going to mark this for demonstrative purposes only as exhibits, so the record's clear. I believe that's 428, again for demonstrative purposes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, may I please take a look at it?
Yes.
We got to talk later during the break about the Jordan Willis stuff, man. I want to know what you guys think. All that crazy ish.
Yeah, we have scissors.
Rehab and how many levels too high? Rehab and what was it? The cousin. What do you think about the cousin? That cousin that came out, Clayton's cousin. Clayton's cousin said that Jordan allegedly was the supplier, made the stuff and supplied the stuff. I was like, what? We gotta watch that later again. I was so tired yesterday I barely could make much effort to even record the simple video. I was like tired, man. I can't restart Facebook. I can't. It's alright because what happens is it's a multi-server streaming. When I connect to the multi-server ingest, sometimes it causes that issue where it starts dropping people.
Okay.
So when that starts to happen, I have to throw
notebook you're holding in your hand. That's what
the people that are sinking the ship. I have to throw them off the ship to save the greater good. Sorry, I know it's not bad.
You're in Exhibit 12. That I'm
bastard!
That's correct.
Okay. Now these papers that we
I can't. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
50 with different pictures
It's a
of
weird issue.
Weapons. There's no evidence that was ever turned into the school. Is that correct?
Yes, I have no evidence of that.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to read the entire journal?
I have.
Okay. Out of that notebook, how many pieces of paper have actual writing on it?
22.
Okay. And does one of those 22 pages include just a drawing and a quote from a book?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
You leave the cousin?
out of the remaining 21, how many reference the school shooting?
Every single one.
So there are some that have been admitted, some portions of that. I'm going to go through those with you. Just so you're aware, we've numbered them to keep them straight for you as well as the jury. Number 1 is the drawing, page number 1. Page 22 would be the back cover of that journal. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, and the back cover of the journal has actual writing on it as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
This is
it's 401.
Yes. 401.
Are you gonna go through,
Only the ones that have been admitted.
I understand, 401.
They're all 401.
Oh, they're all 401. I see, thank you.
Correct.
You said individually, so I got confused.
Okay. So this has been admitted as page 401. Sir, in reading the journal, were there passages in there indicative of a request for mental health help?
Yes.
Can you read what's been identified here as page 6 of that journal?
Yes, the shooter writes, I have zero help, as you can see on bold, for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
Damn.
I'm going to move on to page 5. Could you read this passage, please?
In this one, the shooter writes, I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, and I can't get any help.
Now, this is page 19. Can you read that?
Yes, shooter writes, my parents won't listen to me about help or therapist.
If you should.
Sir, in that journal, were there entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
This is also Exhibit 401, page 22. Could you read those quotes, please?
Yes, the shooter writes, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Sir, were there any passages regarding the shooter's plan for the actual shooting?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Here's page 3, also Exhibit 401. Could you read that, please?
Yes. Shooter writes, I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Ugh.
Were there any journal entries about the shooter's access to the 9mm handgun?
There were.
This is also Exhibit 401, also page 3. Could you read that, please?
Yes, sir. The shooter writes, first off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I am fully committed to this now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
Thank you, sir. Now, is the journal written in normal size fonts, or are there certain passages that are bolded and larger than normal size font?
Both.
Okay. And were there drawings in there as well?
There were drawings.
Okay. Were the drawings small or were they large?
Yeah, there were large drawings.
Okay. What's an example of a large drawing?
Yeah, so there was a large drawing in the journal of a firearm being pointed at the back of a presumably a woman's head. There was a drawing depicting a 9mm caliber round versus a .22 caliber round. Those types of pictures were found in the journal.
Okay. And on the cover of the journal, what does that say? The actual cover of the journal itself?
It says apartments.com.
Okay. Lieutenant, you said you've seen the Oxford High School security footage that depicts the actual shooting.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we're going to introduce that now. This is Exhibit 402. It's been admitted. I would like, if the court could instruct the media not to play that.
Yes, the media has agreed, and I'm going to request that the media not play, show the video in the school. That's surveillance footage of November 30th, 2021, and is People's Exhibit 402.
402, thank you.
The victims
Nice. That video did good last time on the second channel.
Content of this specific video.
Yes, Judge.
30K. All right, I see you, pimpin'.
Before we get started, tell us please what this view depicts. What hallway?
Okay, so if you can recall back to the highlighted areas of the school map, this is that short hallway. The shorter portion of the long, it's all of the 200 hallway, but it's the shorter portion of the entire.
Can I stop you for a second? Are you okay if the audio is on still?
There's no audio.
Well,
is audio?
there's streaming in the courtroom, and there might be audio from the news camera. So I just want to make sure that there's no objection.
That's fine. There's no audio of the video. Is what I
Okay.
meant.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so this is the short portion of the 200 hallway?
Yes, and the bathroom that you see right there by the drinking fountains is the one that, correct. That's where the shooter will go into and then emerge from and begin his shooting.
And that's where that backpack was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this doorway here would be the doorway to classroom 258?
That is 258 there, yes.
Okay. And just so the record is clear, this video begins at, it's 12:46 p.m.
Yes.
And the actual shooting began at 12:51.
51.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm going to play right now. Again, this is 12:46. Tell me if and when you see the shooter walking down the hallway.
Okay. He is behind the young lady in the red sweatshirt right there. He's about, with the mask on, the black shirt, and the gray sweatshirt.
Okay. And that's with his backpack over his shoulders?
That's right. Yes, sir. And he's going to make a right turn into the bathroom here. So
we have a split screen at this point, and that's
just a camera angle from the other hall, or from the same hall facing the other way.
Okay.
Alright, so sorry about the technical difficulties this morning.
41 seconds.
Happens sometimes.
Identify who you see in this video.
So that's the shooter. If you want to, the two. That's Phoebe. On the left there is Phoebe Arthur. To the right is Elijah Mueller.
Okay.
This is John Asciutto. So these four young ladies here in the Carhartt or the brown jacket is Kylie Osage. Directly across from her is Hannah St. Juliana. This is Riley Franz in the pink backpack, and across from her is her sister Bella Franz.
Okay.
At the very end, you can see the beginning. That's Madison Baldwin walking up the hallway.
And this is at 12:51 and 12 seconds on November the 30th?
That's correct.
Jennifer's sobbing. Oh, so what are they showing? Are they showing that kids actually get shot, or I guess? Yeah, we could do a poll. Mimi Moody, I don't know if you made it over here. Thank you for the super chats in the previous stream. I'll see if I can read them a little bit. If you guys could re-hit the like button again in case I just forgot. New stream. I'm hoping the prosecution ends today. That would be dope if they do. Wow, even the Shannon Smith here, I guess. It's got to be hard to watch. I don't know what they're seeing, but showing the victims. Wow. She's actually, I think, turning away. Shannon Smith. And then I guess Jed is just not even looking anymore. Just looking down. Timothy, thank you, Lutfi. Timothy Willis. Oh, chat. Really? We only have 1,000 people here. 1,200 people. Usually it's like you need like 2,000, 3,000 maybe or more. You need to slow. Surprised you sure it need to be slow now? They're watching the entire shooting. Ooh, man. Oh yeah, the title. My ADD has been like really bad lately. Last couple days. No, they're showing the video. It just has no audio, so that's why it's just kind of like we're just watching them right now, but we can't see. No, they're watching video. They're playing video in the courtroom. Oh yeah, let me do the poll too, I forgot. So far, we still have to see the defense's argument, but so far... I haven't taken any of that type in a while, Alyssa. Brain health. There was some stuff. What's that? CoQ something? CoQ something? CoQ 10. CoQ 10. I used to take that. I really like, you know what I stopped taking and I really liked a lot was ginkgo biloba. I should get back on that. That actually kind of, I would notice a difference after taking it for a while. Like memory and stuff like that. Cognitive memory function a little bit. Love you. Wow, very mixed, diverse thoughts on this. Oh, no, maybe not. 64% so far. We got 343 votes. That's good. Wow. Okay. 64% so far say guilty. 7% say not guilty. 20% say not sure. And then 10% say hung jury. Well, listen, Jennifer's testimony, that is going to be some ish. That could make or break her. She's going to have to put on the performance of a lifetime. Or maybe just be honest. What am I thinking? I mean, it could sway, depending on her testimony, maybe. It could help out a little bit, or it could be really, really bad for her. I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like the jury is probably leaning towards guilty right now. But, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see what kind of... I'm curious what witnesses... It really would have been so interesting if Ethan came, man. I can't believe he's not testifying. But Ethan's trying to save his own skin as far as the appeal for life without parole. I don't know if he wants a chance of parole or what's he hoping for. Shauna says, I think she's really crying, but only because she's thinking of how she might be put
Watching
away
officers
for
have
a
to
long
run
time.
past Madison, Anna, and Kylie.
Hi, Nanny.
In our training for active shooters, we were trained to respond, drive up right to the door if you have to, and go in, search for stimulus, meaning sounds, gunshots, or whatever. Run to that and eliminate the shooter. Stop them, whatever, however you can. Because the situation was active and the killing hadn't stopped. You can't stop and render aid. I know.
Can we take a break, please?
If I could just finish this part.
Wait,
I'd
what's it
appreciate
finish?
I'm sorry.
No problem.
We're having a hard time. He's having a hard time.
I know those officers. And that is the hardest thing they've had to do in their life.
We take a break, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break.
All rise for the jury.
All aboard. Wow. Well, an emotional start to today. They're showing, I guess, video of the shooting. And the witness, the detective, was getting emotional. Of course, I probably have to re-see that stuff. Shannon Smith was jumping to take a break. He wanted to finish his statement. Yeah, they got they wrapped it around her waist. Damn. I can't imagine living like that, like being chained up and stuff. Like that's the rest of your life. That's how they move you, you gotta put something around your waist and your hands. Ooh, that's a good question, Hoax. No cross, right? I believe she's probably not gonna say nothing. Yeah, I think she's just gonna let it ride. What are you gonna say? Prosecutors yesterday said they might rest yesterday, but so they didn't rest, obviously. So I'm hoping today they. Oh, that's nice. Use love. All right, so they're taking a little 10-minute break. 10-minute break, man. Good morning, guys. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm gonna have to step away in a minute too, well, like 7 minutes to do that meeting thing. We'll see how that goes. Gonna do it on the MacBook. It's just a break. Yeah. Yeah, I hope that we get to the defense, and if we get to the defense today, I'm wondering, are we gonna? Is the first witness gonna be Jennifer? I hope so. Or do they leave that for last? I don't remember. Or it depends on the state. It would have been so crazy to see the school shooter testify at his mother's trial. You would have thought maybe he'd come through, but I don't know if he'd say anything. What he would do? Could it backfire? Say anything good or bad? Thanks, Sally. Now, what y'all think about this from yesterday? This whole thing with the cousin, right? The cousin. Let me pull up the video. Clayton Bigsby. The cousin of Clayton that said Jordan is the supplier. That man, he made and supplied that stuff. Let's take a look.
School as like creating for people to make them feel better in certain situations.
What's up, guys? It's Sick and Mel, and this is Clayton's cousin Caleb. He believes that Jordan not only made the substances but supplied the substances, and that he's a scientist, a chemist.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that.
Chemist, well, knew him as that. Oh, 1080. What y'all think? Y'all believe him? Oh no, let's do a poll on that. So let me just do a last check. The last poll we did, 744 votes. Amazing. 61% say guilty so far, and 7% say not guilty. 23% say not sure, and then 9% say hung jury. What? So what makes you guys think he's high as a kite? Oh, let's watch it. Oh, they all knew him as that.
It was easy.
You know what? Let me just watch the source. Let me take out my commentary one. Alex Caparillo. Is that Italian? Caparillo. Okay. Let's check it out. Why y'all think he's high? Wait, why's my audio not working? Oh, it's muted. Unmute.
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist.
The volume.
They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake.
So people that think he's high, you think he's high in Jordan supply?
Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Any idea that he might have brought drugs?
Hell
No?
no. Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
That man had a 40 or some raw. Yeah, I did the poll, Carrie. I mentioned it like about 3 or 4 times. You're probably catching up. Maybe you're behind on the stream.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out.
Wow.
The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes time. I will never tell them they're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time.
That boy pulling it all out there. High on that chew. Breaking Bad chemist. He looks emotional, like he was crying. Doesn't look high. I didn't perceive high, but I had a couple of comments in the video that I posted. They were saying they think he's high as hell. I was like, damn. I must think I'm high here all the time or something.
Time. Because he wanted to be correct at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I hope, is when at the end of the day it comes out correct.
But somebody said he was like slurring his speech or something.
His friend is a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side.
Might have been crying.
True.
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy.
This whole story about the high school thing, see, that's what makes me wonder if there's some truth to it. Like, he didn't just say, this guy supplies whatever, but he also said, yeah, everybody, people know him as that he's been doing this since school. It's high school.
For them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake.
Florida T-Bird, thank you, says he's not high. He does have snuff in his mouth. Oh, does he? Oh.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. True?
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he fucked up. He made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. Now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig?
He might. I was trying to look for it. He might.
No.
It would
about
make
Alex
sense why he's
Lee?
talking like that.
Know about
if
him?
he has like something in his mouth.
Yeah. And
That's the nicotine stuff. YouTube's having a super chat glitch or something. Sue cabled. Oh, thank you. What do you mean a super chat glitch? Super chat's not working? Oh, Lord. Well, somebody just super chatted. No? Let me see what the comments say under this video. It's a wild twist. Say fentanyl is my guess. Somebody said, here we go. This guy is buzzed. I know someone drunk and high when I see it. I don't think I would have interviewed him in this shape. I mean, he's not like out of it. He's not like belligerent or anything. Alex, do you vet people you interview? Is it a credible person? This guy looks and sounds out of it. You give no backstory to who he is and why we should listen to him. He literally captioned the title of the tweet and gave the context. This is cousin. What else do they want? What else they said? The whole rehab thing was crazy too. Jordan in rehab, and some neighbor said that they saw them bring a 230 packs of beer. Oh, I gotta go. All right, so I'm gonna leave this running here. All right, and love you guys. I'll be back. I'll leave this playing. The volume is on too in case when they come back. All right.
We were just notified by a victim advocate that there were victims and family of victims using the restroom in the hallway, and apparently a juror was in the same restroom as the juror walked out. There was no communication, no words spoken. I just wanted to place it on the record.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. At one time, I mean, I don't want to tell you the inner workings of, we have 2 jury rooms going here, we've had personality issues, we have privacy issues. There are 4 bathrooms there, so, okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make.
No, I appreciate that. It's that's why I don't want them going to the cafeteria. Okay. Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Lieutenant Willis, you're still on your oath, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. Sir, you mentioned earlier that you directed officers to the Crumbley family home at 112 East in Oxford?
Correct.
Okay. And approximately how far in distance is that home to the school?
A mile.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as officer in charge and as a sheriff's office employee, you're aware that vehicles have in-car recording capability?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been, I believe, stipulated to is Exhibit 341. This is an in-car video of Deputy Zajak's marked patrol car. That's 341.
I'm sorry, I'm just.
Was that admitted through Joe Bryan or not?
No, just 342 was.
And I'm sorry, we have no objection to 341.
Right, 341 is admitted.
And, sir, so we're clear, the deputies arrived at 112 East at 2:48 p.m., 2:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's November the 30th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And as we saw in the video, the shooter was taken into custody at 1 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
This room's get the volume turned up.
Honestly, right now, you get them.
Why is she in handcuffs?
Okay.
I don't know. Can you take the handcuffs off of her, please?
Here, okay, plug in first. Okay. It's not going to be long for those handcuffs, I promise.
Why am I in cuffs though? It hurts. Like it really hurts.
Wow, what's that?
Why am I in your cuffs? I don't know. I don't know. I asked them the same fucking thing. They didn't do anything. I'm getting claustrophobic. I'm getting claustrophobic.
I mean, don't freak out in front of the cops. This is going to be a lot better if you don't make the situation.
Why are they here? Why are they here? Oh, wait, can I push my glass in my nose, please? Put chapstick on my lips, please? Hand me my fucking phone. I'm so confused.
Why are you in fucking handcuffs?
You're going in?
I set it down and then I have a cop pointing the gun at me.
Why are they in our house? I'm so confused.
We're dealing with this shit. Already dealing with shit. Why have we got to deal with this?
Where's your gun?
In the gun case.
Where's that at?
In the dresser.
That's Patrick! That's Patrick! Patrick!
He can't hear you, Jimmy. He can't hear you. He's not going to be able to hear you. Jen, he can't hear you.
For the best deal on a roof that doesn't leak, just check the highwayrun.com.
I love you in case something happens. If anything happens, we do not answer any questions without a lawyer.
Ma'am, I ain't that you did.
It's Jennifer.
Jennifer, come on now, wait, hang it up. Take the handcuffs off.
So, sir, that video started at 2:49 p.m. November the 30th. This was after they had spoke with Sergeant Joe Bryan at the Oxford substation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the video that we saw with Sergeant Pesky, that occurred directly after this.
That's correct.
Okay. So when she was taken out of the vehicle, she was placed in a different vehicle, and that's where Sergeant Pesky spoke with her.
Correct.
Okay. And then as Edward Wogrowski testified, they arrived home from the location data at 2:30 p.m. after the substation.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you know the date in which Jennifer Crumbley was charged?
December 3rd.
Okay, so the shooting happened on Tuesday, November the 30th. December 3rd would have been a Friday.
That's correct.
Okay. And
I believe it was noon, around noon.
Okay. Tell us what happens when someone is charged with a felony in the state of Michigan. The process to actually have the charging document.
So the prosecutors give me a warrant. I go in front of a judge and I swear to the facts of the case. The judge authorizes the warrant.
Okay. And that's what we would commonly refer to as a swear to?
Swear to, correct.
All right. And did that happen in this case?
It did.
Is that a closed proceeding or is that open to the public?
It was open.
Okay. In fact, it was broadcast at that point.
There was media present for that, yes.
Okay. And they were, Jennifer and James Crumbley were not in custody at the time of the swear to, is that right?
That's correct, they were not.
We've already heard from Dave Hendrick about the fugitive apprehension team in that part of the investigation. Tell us, please, how retired Sergeant Hendrick's team got involved.
So, upon being made aware that charges were coming, we knew that they weren't at the residence. So I had Sergeant Hendrick, who worked for me, deploy the fugitive apprehension team to locate the suspects.
Okay, and that's purely a law enforcement function. Would that be correct?
100%, yes.
Okay, so as a detective lieutenant in charge of all of these different divisions, that includes the fugitive apprehension team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the decision then would have ultimately been yours.
Yes, I told him to go attempt to look for him.
Okay. Now that was that on Friday the 3rd or was that prior to Friday the 3rd?
I don't recall.
Okay. He testified yesterday that he recalled it being Thursday the 2nd. Is that accurate or you just don't remember?
Yeah, I don't. I think it's accurate, but I don't remember it specifically.
Okay. That's fair. Now, during the course of your investigation as the officer in charge, did you learn where the defendant went after her phone was seized in the evening of November 30th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess as a reference point, Lieutenant Sam Marsman testified yesterday as to the date and time when her phone was seized. You were here for that testimony?
I was.
Okay. So I'm going to have you walk us through that timeline.
Okay.
Now, we've heard about the track phone purchases. Did you discover where those purchases were, where those purchases occurred?
Yes, at a Walmart in Lapeer.
Okay. This would be exhibits. This is exhibit 404. I don't believe we have an objection.
Any objection to 404?
No.
404 is admitted.
Okay, so this is a photograph of the exhibit. What are we looking at here?
This is the purchase receipt for the track phones from the Walmart in Lapeer.
Okay. And did you learn where they stayed that night?
They stayed at a hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 405. I don't believe there's an objection to 405 either.
No.
405 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. This is 405. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt for the overnight stay at the Holiday Inn Express in Lapeer.
Now, did you do the swear to for the shooter as well in this case?
I did.
Okay. And when did that occur?
That was it was on the December 1st. I want it. Time was sometime in the early afternoon.
Okay. If I said 3:51 p.m., would that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know where James and Jennifer Crumbley were then?
Yes. It was a swear to, much like we do typically, open to the public. They were I believe they were on Zoom in their vehicles.
Okay. That proceeding's open to the public, is that right?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you. Well, first, let me ask you, did the investigation uncover where they stayed the day after the shooting, December the 1st, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Okay. This is exhibit 408.
No objection.
408 is admitted. 407 is not.
They skipped.
Correct, Judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Instead of renumbering all the exhibits, we thought it.
Oh, no, it's all right. I just want to make sure I was keeping up.
Thank you, Judge. 408, what are we looking at here?
This is an extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay. And this is where the defendant and her husband checked in December the 1st, 2021?
That's correct.
Does it indicate a checked out date?
December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And that's that Friday?
Yes.
Now, we heard from Sergeant Hendrick, retired Sergeant Hendrick, that they recovered a vehicle belonging to the Crumbleys in Auburn Hills.
They did.
Okay. Is this the location where that vehicle was recovered?
It is.
Okay. This is Exhibit 409. Photograph.
No objection.
409 is admitted.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is one of the two vehicles owned by the Crumbleys, backed in a parking spot at the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were banking records from the Crumbleys obtained?
Yes.
All right. Specifically on December the 2nd, so that'd be the Thursday, did you find that they had withdrawn cash on multiple occasions?
Yes, they did.
This is Exhibit 411. I believe this is covered under stipulations as well.
I'm sorry, did you say 411?
411, yeah.
That's not 411.
No, the next slide. I didn't want to publish it until you confirmed it was stipulated to.
Yes, it is.
Any objection to 411?
No objection, sorry.
411 is admitted, and again, 410 was not.
Correct, Judge.
Previously.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, what are we looking at here in Exhibit 411?
This is a withdrawal of $2,000 withdrawal transfer, $2,000 from Flagstar by Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. Now, Edward Rogowski told us about replacement phones. Did you uncover that James and Jennifer Crumbley, after buying their track phones, bought another set of phones?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the date and location where that happened?
That was in Owasso.
Owasso, Michigan?
Yep.
Okay. And that's on December the 2nd, 2021?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was on December 2nd.
Okay. This is going to be 413, the T-Mobile receipt.
No objection.
413 is admitted.
Yes, it's just 413, correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so what are we looking at here?
This is the purchase of the two replacement phones.
Okay. And that was Owasso, Michigan, on December the 2nd, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What's the relative distance from Owasso to Auburn Hills?
It's about an hour.
Now, did they obtain more cash in this time frame?
Yes, they did.
Back to the banking records. This is 411. No objection to this. I believe we stipulated to this. Is that correct, Counsel?
Yes.
Yeah.
411, okay. This is Friday, December the 3rd, 2021. And what is the withdrawal amount of cash in this exhibit?
$4,000.
Now, was evidence uncovered in the investigation that showed you a transfer or withdrawal was made from the defendant's son as well?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 414. Again, it's covered under stipulation. Move to admit.
You have any objection to 414?
No objection.
414 is admitted.
Thank you. So what are we looking at here in Exhibit 414?
So this is the Simply Kids savings account, Ethan Crumbley's account.
Okay. And specifically on November the 30th, 2021, do you see a withdrawal from that account?
Yes, there was a $3,000 withdrawal that day.
Okay. And November 30th, is that significant to you?
That's the day of the shooting.
Okay. And how much was left in her son's account?
99 cents.
So what we can tell from the banking records and messages, at this date and time, the defendants obtained $6,000 in cash, $3,000 transferred from their son's account, and they were attempting another $5,000 from horse sales?
That is right. Yes, sir.
Now, do you know where the defendant went after she checked out of the Auburn Hills motel?
They traveled to the address in Detroit, the warehouse.
Okay, and that's the address that William Creer testified to yesterday, 1111 Belleville?
Bell, yes, correct.
So I'm going to show you portions of that exterior surveillance footage that was obtained. Before we do, we've already talked about the timestamp difference. The timestamp on the video is about 22 or 23 minutes fast. Is that correct?
Yes.
So these will be, we marked them separately for convenience, just 415 and 416.
Okay.
And the people will move to admit and publish now. We'll start with 415.
Any objection to 415 or 416?
No objection to 415. There is an objection to 416 because Mrs. Crumbley's not a part of it.
Judge, I think it is relevant to show what happened with the vehicle and why, especially in light of Mr. Kirkley's testimony yesterday and Mr. Creer's testimony yesterday.
Your Honor, it doesn't involve Mrs. Crumbley, so I would object.
I think it's relevant to their activities, and it's non-testimonial. I'm going to admit it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Again, I'll start with 415. Before we hit play, again, the timestamp is 11:20 and 35 seconds on November the 3rd. I'm sorry, December the 3rd, 2021.
That's right.
Okay, so actual time would be approximately 10:58 a.m.
Correct, sir.
Okay. What do we see here in the video at the 11:21 timestamp?
Yeah, so that's the a friend of the defendant who activated the security gate to open it, and the defendant pulled in and parked.
Okay, and again, this is the parking lot at 1111 Belleville in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Tell me if you see anybody you recognize.
I recognize the defendant.
Maybe this person right here?
Yep. Yes.
And your friend you identified as this individual?
That's correct.
Is James Crumbley depicted in this video as well?
Yes, that's James there.
Right here in the magnified portion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to play you 4:16. Before we start again, the timestamp is 16:10. First of all, what is 1600 hours?
That's 4 o'clock in military time.
Okay.
4 p.m.
And this would be, so shortly before 4 o'clock actual time on Friday the 3rd?
Yeah, 3:48, I think, or something like that.
So this is about 4 hours after the charges were officially announced? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And about a day or so after the fugitive apprehension team began looking for them?
Yes.
Your Honor,
When charges?
Your Honor, I would object because this witness is saying no on the fugitive apprehension team. They came to my office on Friday.
Hold on,
And so
hold on.
Wait, okay.
He wouldn't have personal knowledge of the fugitive apprehension team, and he's saying the wrong date.
Judge,
Okay, well-
counsel can't insert that.
Well, you can't testify, but I want to know from his personal knowledge. One thing I think that would be helpful is, I don't think, would anything refresh your recollection about when the swear-to was?
The swear-to for, we mentioned two, Your Honor. So you talking about the swear-to for the defendant?
Yes.
The swear-to for the defendant was the December 3rd.
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Okay.
Right.
So when did you contact the fugitive apprehension team?
December 2nd evening or late afternoon, evening time to get an idea where the defendants were, because we believe charges would be forthcoming.
But they said that he said they came on the 3rd.
You mean Hendricks?
Yeah, and Hendricks came to my office on the 4th.
No.
Wait.
Hendricks, Friday the 3rd is when Hendricks testified that he showed up there. He was conducting surveillance prior to noon.
Oh, he was there without me. Okay.
It's all on the record.
Okay, yeah, you have to rely on the evidence from the witness stand, okay? And you have to rely on your collective memories and your notes, all right? Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you testified earlier that the swear-to that was broadcast was noon, Friday, December the 3rd.
Yes.
Okay, and this video is around 4 p.m., Friday the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Luke Kirkley testified about looking at a poster online, and that's what spurred him to call 911. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so when a BOL or be on the lookout is announced, is a license plate of a vehicle also given?
Yes.
Okay. Was the license plate on this vehicle in the front of the vehicle or the back of the vehicle?
It was affixed to the back.
Got it. Now, sir, Mr. Wroblewski already testified about the location data for Jennifer Crumbley on the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and as officer in charge, you're aware of that information that he uncovered?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to confirm that Jennifer Crumbley never stopped by her home at 112 East after meeting Mr. Hopkins at the Oxford High School?
No, she went directly back to work.
Okay. Now, you've had the chance to review phone logs as well as other information from social media and information obtained from Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, do you have any experience getting someone same-day mental health help?
Yes, I do.
Are there facilities available for that?
Yes, there's a facility on this complex called Common Ground that's available for that.
In reviewing the phone logs of Jennifer Crumbley, was there any indication of any phone calls to a facility of that sort?
No.
In fact, any phone calls to any doctor's offices?
No.
Counselor offices?
No.
Any hospitals?
No.
Okay. Any mental health professionals at all?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Willis, I want to go back to the pages from the shooter's journal that were admitted. You don't have any evidence to suggest that Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley ever saw the journal, correct?
I'm sorry, miss.
You do not have any evidence to show that Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley ever saw the journal.
I'm sorry. It's been a tough day. Okay. So you're asking me do I believe Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley?
I'm asking you.
Do I have evidence?
Do you have any evidence to believe that Mr. Crumbley or Mrs. Crumbley saw the journal?
No, if I had evidence of that, I imagine the charges would be different.
If you had evidence they saw the journal, the charges would be different?
Yeah, murder,
okay.
I would imagine.
Okay, so the journal was located in the backpack that belonged to the shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
There were also a number of other papers in that backpack that you described.
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley ever saw any of those papers, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the journal, you've testified about certain statements the shooter wrote in the journal, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, one of the statements that you testified about was where the shooter wrote, "I have access to the gun." Is that correct?
Yes.
In the journal, there are other statements where he indicates he is looking for the gun, correct?
Can you tell me which ones you're referencing?
Sure. So I'm going to hand you, Your Honor, may I please approach?
Sure, just show Mr. Keysbridge.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have a copy of it too, if that helps.
Judge, just briefly, this was subject of a prior court ruling.
Yes. So I'm
And-
gonna ask everybody to be really careful. All right.
Okay, so I was going to show 788, just this one line.
Okay, again, Judge, maybe we should have a minute outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, can we just approach and I can show you?
I have it, and I know
Do you want
exactly what it is.
to?
No, it's not that. We have to discuss the court's prior ruling.
Your Honor, I think, okay.
All right, I'm going to excuse you for 10 minutes, all right?
All right, for the jury.
You can stay there, step down, however you're comfortable.
I'm fine here, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll be brief, Judge. The court is aware where I'm going.
I am well aware.
Yes. So the court rules specific passages to be admissible under specific portions of the hearsay exception in response to defendant's request to exclude the entire journal. I don't want to speak for what counsel is doing, but if counsel is going to admit other portions that have already been ruled to be inadmissible, that's something that has to be discussed on the record, and I think it's something that has to be ratified, Judge.
Well, I am, of course, going to warn everybody about opening the door because this journal is obviously very, very disturbing. However, if when you put the black robe on, you can read people's minds. So I'm assuming that Ms. Smith is seeking to admit on page 788, I don't know where my dad hid it.
Yes.
And also on page 795, where he says, I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm. Isn't that what she's seeking to do?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
That's correct.
Are you seeking to do anything beyond that? Be specific, because I can't unring the bell, right?
That's correct. I'm seeking to do those two with the claim about access to the gun. And the detective also testified to a statement about I'm going to get the gun. So I wanted to impeach him on 789, there is a statement that says, it's one line, however, I don't want to be caught as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
It's not impeachment because he's not the declarant.
Well, I'm hamstrung because these statements are coming in by a declarant that I'm not allowed to call as a witness.
I stepped away when I came back.
I want to back up a second. I never said that you could not call the shooter as a witness.
I was getting the vibe that would be the ruling of the court.
No, that'll never be the ruling of the court. I'm not telling you that you can't. I am not, as a judge in this court, telling you you cannot call the shooter as a witness. However, we've been over this before. We're going to go over it again this afternoon. Pursuant to case law that everybody's aware of, including a case called Jackaloni. It's 399 Mich 642, a 1977 case. No one is allowed to put a witness in front of this jury who was going to take the fifth. No one. It's not me.
Well,
I'm not keeping you from calling someone as a witness, but his Fifth Amendment rights have been asserted repeatedly. And I can't let you put a witness on the stand, anyone, the prosecution too. I wouldn't let the prosecution put someone on the stand, knowing that person was going to take the Fifth Amendment, take the Fifth. If someone takes the Fifth in front of the jury, it's over, it's a mistrial. I can't let you do that, right? And I also asked before, aside from what is your favorite color, I can't imagine something you could ask the shooter that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights. His current attorneys, the State Defender's Office, have asserted his rights. They've said he will not testify.
I understand that. I have said I would still like him to testify, so I just need a finding by the court that under case law he's not going to testify.
I'm not making a finding that he's not going to testify. His lawyers have asserted the Fifth. You're not allowed to put someone on the stand that will take the Fifth. And in reality, if they say he won't testify, I don't know what am I going to do? I'm going to insist that he testify and then hold him in contempt and put him in jail? Is that?
Well, Your Honor, I understand the court's position, but for the record in this case...
And by the way, I understand your position as well.
I've indicated...
I do.
As far as our position, I've indicated I don't believe the shooter should be allowed to plead the Fifth because he was sentenced. He's made statements about the crimes. He pled guilty to all 24 counts in adult court. And so I don't believe...
So you think that's over? Do you think that's over?
Well, I think there is not case law that says he gets to continue his Fifth Amendment rights beyond that plea. I don't disagree with you.
His appellate rights?
He's going to pursue an appeal. I don't disagree.
All right, so what would make you think he does not still have Fifth Amendment rights?
There's case law directly on point.
I know, and some of those are indicated in the letter provided by the State Appellate Defender's Office, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I understand your position. I also understand, to a certain extent, I don't, even if he was called as a witness, you understand that then the prosecution would have a right to cross-examine him, right? So, I'm not keeping you from calling him. The law is keeping you from calling him. You are not permitted to put someone in front of this jury who is going to take the Fifth.
I understand.
Yes.
That's the ruling then. That the law doesn't allow me to. Is that correct?
By smarter, higher courts than this one.
If that's the ruling, is that the court is going to follow the law the court said.
I'm going to follow the law.
Then I've preserved the record and I'm moving on.
Okay.
So then these statements are coming in. They've come in as present sense impressions.
Okay.
And I'm not using them at all for the truth of the matter asserted because I don't know whether he found the gun or didn't find the gun or was looking for the gun. But this statement shows his state of mind, so I believe it falls under the exception, saying he doesn't want to be caught because it will make him getting the gun impossible. So his state of mind is not wanting to get caught. And that's important impeachment to the testimony from the detective that he said he was going to get the gun.
Okay, so are you addressing that statement or also there's the I don't know where my dad hid it, and there's a statement I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm.
The two hiding ones are one issue, and then the second issue is I don't want to be caught.
All right, and
that's it.
Okay, do you have any legal support for that? Just present sense impression.
And just straight impeachment rules.
Again, impeachment doesn't apply here. Impeachment is if a witness he didn't make the statement. I mean, that's not in dispute. It's not impeachment.
I can impeach through other witnesses. I can impeach by omission. I believe under straight impeachment rules, I can use this. This is being admitted as substantive evidence. So I can impeach with something written on a napkin. Okay,
but I guess what he's saying, and this came up to with regard to the privilege records.
Correct.
Which we'll talk about again. Who are you impeaching though?
I'm impeaching the shooter's statements that have been deemed substantive evidence. And I'm not given the option to impeach through the shooter, so I'm seeking to impeach through the officer in charge.
Okay, so why wouldn't I allow those statements, Mr. Keith?
It's not permissible. It's not under, and counsel has not cited the rule for that. It's not permissible. And I just want to inquire of the court if counsel is permitted to do that. Am I allowed then to ask about other passages?
Well, that's what I'm concerned about.
I mean, there are
How
a number
do
of.
they relate to this?
I mean, just in the first 2 pages alone, Judge, we have. If they see the picture of the gun on Instagram, we'll know what's up. We have.
Yeah, all of these things, all these things, with exception of the period of time that I was stayed by the Supreme Court, to me could have been addressed, so this sort of doesn't feel like the time to be doing this. But.
Earlier in the trial, when I found that the court wanted to know what objections were going to be made, I stood up and said, I know this is going to be an issue, and the court said, we'll handle it down the road in trial. I made the court aware of that. That was on Monday or Tuesday when there was some friction about another objection. I said, this is going to be coming, and the court said, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay, because I guess my position is that we should have crossed that bridge before we impaneled a jury. That's just,
Judge, we put the passages the court specifically ruled as admissible, nothing more.
Okay, but why would her request to allow those 3 passages because they're a present sense impression?
Well, I don't necessarily agree there's present sense impression because there's certain requirements for present sense impression as well as state of mind. We can't be talking about a future plan. And there's Brady, his friend is gone, he has no friends. My wrist hurts from writing in this, fucking book so much. I haven't felt generally happy in years. I can feel the evil around me, even dogs sense it. I mean, that's just on page 5.
That doesn't impeach, though, anything that I'm using. And the prosecution didn't seek to admit those things. I also didn't.
We've only admitted what specifically would be covered under the rules that the court permitted us to over a year ago.
Yeah.
We're not trying to push the envelope here because, as the court is, we don't want to inject any kind of error, Judge. So we kept this extremely close to what the court has specifically authorized.
Well, which provisions specifically do you say are present sense impression? I don't know that they are. I don't know that they are. On page 788, I don't know where my dad hit it.
I'm finding the provision right now.
It's just, my concern is more along opening the door.
Yeah.
Open the doors, baby. Bring it in. Open the door.
I
Sometimes
don't
you gotta
believe what I'm
open it.
asking is opening the door to all the texts coming in. I believe my impeachment is very limited. It's limited to 3 sentences.
Not they open it.
And then
Okay, you're offering under 803.
under 803, and let me just find
803.3 is then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition.
What's up, guys? Man, if you guys could hit the like button. Welcome to the live. Sorry I wasn't here. I was having the meeting with the YouTube manager. Pretty exciting. We'll see what happens. Looks like they're having problems again today in the courtroom. What I missed?
Then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition.
I think that's a then existing
I have a
mental.
headache. I feel sick. Right?
it also says such as intent, plan, motive, design, and so his plan to give puppy eyes or whatever, his plan to not give puppy eyes, I'm sorry, his plan to act in a way so he's not caught, I think does fit under the rules. Because it talks about intent, plan, motive, design, mental, feeling, pain, or bodily health.
So here's the crux of the issue, is that for a year and a half, we had just those 5 or 6 portions admissible by the court. This trial was prepared from the prosecution standpoint with just those admissible because the court was very specific in its ruling.
Music played?
And so now,
no, what music played?
Defense is using that ruling as a sword and a
it's in the
shield.
courtroom.
And so if the court wants to make a substantive ruling mid-trial, I think I'm entitled to at least a minute to...
Your Honor,
Amy, thank you so much.
I'm the one that filed the motion that brought this issue up. I filed an appeal at the Court of Appeals.
I'm aware.
Okay. I got their exhibits after trial started, identifying these portions of the journal.
Okay.
That after trial started.
You had this journal as have I.
Absolutely.
For a long time.
I have, and that's why I filed an extensive motion about it. But now that they're using bits and pieces in trial,
We used only that was identified on June 27, 2022.
it shouldn't preclude me from impeaching.
Okay, but that's what I'm going back to. Who are you impeaching? What rule allows you to
what the hell are you
impeach
doing?
someone who's not testifying?
It's complicated because I can't impeach the person that I want to impeach through testimony. So you're right. I'm hamstrung. My client has a constitutional right to present a defense, though.
I'm aware of that.
And I'm getting hamstrung and stuck because of other extraneous legal issues. This is straight impeachment. So what I'm providing is not going to be admitted as substantive evidence. It's impeachment.
So she's being hamstrung by her own motions to exclude. Her own motions to exclude. We didn't move to exclude any of this evidence. Counsel did it after the preliminary examination. And this court was specific in its ruling.
Well, there should have been a motion to include as well as what they're saying.
There's no rule, there's no requirement for anybody, any party to have a motion to include, especially when counsel specifically identified this piece of evidence as being inadmissible. The court made the ruling.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, if you were
September?
in fear at all that this court would
America comes
you would still
again.
have an opportunity to appeal that ruling.
And we didn't appeal the ruling. We
And
didn't appeal
Your
it.
Honor,
Oh,
I have
yes.
not. I would have filed a motion if there was substantive information additionally that I wanted to admit. I've never filed a motion to have the ability to impeach. I'm asking to impeach. No one files motions to say, may I impeach this?
Because this is the third time during the trial.
There's motions in limine with regard. This journal is very disturbing, and every time any of us have read it, we've been up all night, right? So this has been a glaring thing in this trial. This isn't a middle of the trial type of game plan here.
Right. Just so the record is clear, because I know the court's aware. We went through the Facebook messages detailing alcohol use. We talked yesterday in depth about the extramarital affairs that were previously excluded, and now the journal. This is the third time mid-trial. We just need the ground rules. The court gave us those ground rules a long time ago. We prepared a case in accordance with that. So if the door's open, the door's open.
Okay, well, that concerns me too. I'm going to take a brief recess.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can't discuss your testimony anymore.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So is he done? Or are they still...
I got a question.
You may be seated.
Great. Good
All right. Take a little break. The other September. Oh. Take me off when September ends. Maybe I'll rewind real quick and watch what you guys were. It was funny though. September was blasting with Jennifer and her husband were in the back of the cop car. Damn.
Yeah, I'm good.
Shannon is unprepared and unprofessional. Amy, thank you so much for gifting the 5 memberships. Thank you, Amy. And this is the prosecutor. Looks like Bob Saget. Emphasize the S, so don't try to demonetize me or say I said something like bad. Thanks for your dim. I'm happy to find you. Thank you. Amazing. What a day. Let us up and fly high. I just want to fly.
But prosecutors met with the families of the 3 victims today. And we're going to talk to Ricky Johnson's family.
Well, that's the thing, too. Again, prosecutors. Good. Put the pressure. On them.
About that meeting in just a moment. But first, News Nation's national correspondent Alex Capriello has been way out front on this story. He's live now in Kansas City. So do you have any confirmations on this story that that Jordan Willis has checked into rehab?
Yeah, it was one source of mine that I've met here in Kansas City who knows Jordan from early high school days was the first person to actually tell me that yesterday. And I've been working very hard to speak to other sources, trying to get that individually confirmed. And I'll tell you this, all of the people that I've been speaking to, a lot of high school classmates and also who knew Jordan from college, this is all they're talking about. This is something that's new to them. But actually independently confirming it, I have not been able to, but it is something that was shared with me early on yesterday.
I'm just getting news coming in, breaking as we're speaking, Alex. So bear with me for 1 second. Our local Nexstar station in that area is confirming that a source close to the family indeed says that he's checked into rehab. So now it's not just multiple media.
And I wonder who in the family is snitching. Mama 457 Rose, thank you for the super. A-Mac talking smack. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you resubscribing. I'm hoping for another hot mic moment.
Sources, right. Your source, but also the Nexstar. I think we've got enough sources now to right. fairly confirm that he's in rehab. You did get a chance also to speak to the cousin of one of the victims, of Clayton McGeeney's cousin. I think his name is Caleb. What did Caleb know, and, right. and what did he share with you?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Caleb is very, very distraught, as any family member might be, because this was just an unexpected death to happen to him. He says Clayton was like his brother. He was cousins with him, but they were like brothers. They were like this. And so to have something like this happen to him and his family is just devastating. He was actually showing up at the Platte County Prosecutor's Office, where the other parents of these 3 victims were told to go today for a meeting with the prosecutor, but he wasn't allowed into that room because it was specifically for parents only. Even still, he's really hurting about this because he feels like he knows what happened, something that the rest of the country is surmising what happened, which is drug use, abuse, and overdosing. And he says he knows a lot about Jordan Willis, the fact that he goes back all the way to high school. He knows the drug habits that happened within this circle of friends, and that he often says that Jordan was a supplier for that. Of course, this is an allegation from Caleb. This is not something that's been independently confirmed from law enforcement, but he says he has a theory about what happened, and he thinks that Jordan is responsible. Take a listen. A lot of times I'm hearing that David Clayton and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. Mm-hmm. True?
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. And now to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Any idea that he might have brought drugs?
Hell no.
No?
No. Jordan had him. Jordan was one.
Oh, hell no.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man.
Oh, okay, we'll check it out next.
He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan.
The inmates only really shower twice a week? I thought it was daily.
Is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out. At this point, the country knows what's gonna happen, right? What the toxicology reports are what they're gonna reveal. We all know that. Okay. Who is the one that gave it to them, and who is the one that needs to be held responsible? Where did it come from? The police are doing their job. If it takes time, it takes time. I will never tell them they're not doing what they should be doing. They're doing the best they can. It takes time because you want it to be correct at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. And that's what I hope, is when at the end of the day it comes out correct.
And when you think about it, there's a difference between Jordan and the three men. Those guys had relationships, they had children, but I keep hearing that Jordan was a single guy who had a house, who had access to drugs, and so it would make sense that those men might go there and use drugs recreationally. Of course, we don't know that for sure until a toxicology report comes out, but all of my sources are saying just about the same thing, that this is very normal activity when surrounded by Jordan.
Wow. Normal activity. So normal activity, I guess, to get lit and do all this kind of stuff, have a time of your life party. And the cousin's claiming this guy was concocting stuff in his lab. I mean, it doesn't, maybe he wasn't even concocting. I mean, I mentioned in another stream, sometimes people get like these research chemicals, you order it from China and stuff. And, you know, it's not illegal because it's not even a thing, because it's not even like, they don't even know. It's just and it has some type of label, not for human consumption. And that's exactly what you're doing, is consuming it for human consumption. I don't know, man. Especially somebody like a scientist, he might be into that kind of stuff. Oh, you can come to my house. I would get some, what? He could be into that research stuff. I used to read about some of that stuff. They have forums about it and people experimenting on their own bodies and taking stuff. And, oh man, I feel so good. Wow. Not really knowing the long-term effects, short-term effects, or whatever. Just going off of anecdotal information, off of previous people's experiences and experimenting with dosages. Not really sure. But it's probably not even that far, though. It's probably something. I mean, I definitely think substances are involved, and I definitely think it's more than just alcohol. But it could be a mistake. Maybe it's a mistake. I mean, maybe he wasn't intending on this thing to happen. I don't know if it had anything to do with him supplying it. The other thing too, some people were saying that maybe he's just, the whole rehab thing is a way to try to get out of accountability. I remember, what's his name? Alec Murdoch. He tried to. He went to rehab too, like a one-time thing. I thought it was, and he could, after the whole incident of, what's the guy's name? Cousin Eddie. After the Cousin Eddie incident, he did that whole thing of I went to rehab. He can always order from China. He can make it himself pure. Yeah, maybe, but he's probably whatever. If he was using stuff to make it, he might. Everything's made in China, man. China owns us. Whatever products he had, some of those parts or ingredients might have came from China, or the Bunsen burner, it's from China made or something, or the glasses, or the microscope, or the telescope, whatever. Boom, boom. So, okay. So we got this. We're waiting on a little bit. Oh, yeah. She told me to check the News Nation, some other new clip on there. We'll check that out as well. So are they done with this witness, guys, too? I think she said he could step down. He's not coming back, right? Did she cross him? Kansas City victim was hardest working man. Oh, here we go.
Linda, how did the meetings go today with the Platte County prosecutors?
It went well. We got just reassurance that they are looking into this case fully. They didn't give any specifics on, evidence or what they found or what they haven't found. They just reassured us that it is being investigated.
Did they make any mention of Jordan Willis and reports that he checked himself into rehab recently?
They only mentioned that there is a rumor of that. They don't have any verification of that.
But they acknowledged they had heard that same report.
The rumor.
And reports that he checked himself into rehab recently. But they acknowledged they had heard that same report.
Yes, they did acknowledge that.
Oh, okay. We're waiting for the judge to rule whether the defense attorney can impeach this witness. Oh, amazing. Thank you. Good morning, Belly. Sandra, thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate the super chat. I know you've been here a couple times, a lot actually, but the super chats. Thank you. Or the super sticker, actually. Thank you for being you. Thanks for being you. Let me see. I want to get this set up here too.
Linda, did they give any further descriptions of the way the bodies were found in the backyard?
No, they did not. And they said they weren't going to get specifics because they didn't want to taint the investigation. They didn't want to paint any possible anything going forward. So they just weren't getting into specifics.
And it must be so frustrating, especially since this most recent report that David Harrington was found seated in one of those lawn chairs out back. Did they say anything about what David and Ricky and Clayton were wearing out back?
They did not. Like I said, they did not give us anything on the investigation side. They didn't want to, possibly if, you were called in to be what is the word I'm looking for? If you were called into court to answer questions, they didn't want to taint what you might say.
Understandable. I know that April Mahoney, who is Clayton McGeeney's fiance, made the discovery, at least of one of the bodies. Can you explain that or describe that as you have learned from her? How exactly did she see the body that she saw? Was it through a window? Did she go into the backyard? Like, how did it happen?
It's a new month today. That's why. Cool.
My understanding is she entered the house through the front into the basement. And she went upstairs and was looking through a window and saw the body seated on the back patio in a chair.
So she was able to see through a window that David Harrington was seated in that lawn chair on that back patio. Did she mention if it was the kitchen window or if it was the doorway window or it might be a sunroom or a breakfast nook? Did she mention which window?
She did not, and I have not personally talked to her. This is just information that I have received secondhand.
Were you or your husband, Ricky, asked to come and identify Ricky's son, Ricky Jr.? Who made the identification for the police?
We were not asked to go identify the body. They told us that the bodies have to thaw out. They were frozen, and that could have possibly have taken to that Friday. Well, we weren't really willing to wait that long. So I called the medical examiner the next day and I started describing Ricky's tattoos and his piercings. And she told me that was one of the deceased that she had.
Did you ask if you could come and make that identification personally yourselves?
I did ask the I did call the police and ask them if that is something we could do so we could get identification sooner, because you still hold out hope that he is going to come home. You want to make sure that that's him. I was told that that's something that you only see in movies. Don't need people to identify bodies.
To be clear, they said that's only something they do in the movies if you wanted to identify Ricky yourselves. Is that clear?
Yes, that's for me.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to
Thank you for watching. Okay, some people have issues with the super chat. It seems to be working for me, but I wonder if it's like an Android thing. I have no problem on the iPhone. Okay, so we wait for the judge to make a ruling. Stretching. I think they even had a new video though on News Nation too, right? Something they just posted. Let's see. All those toxicologies, they say it could take longer than expected. Oh. Be up. I just did it from my phone, no problem, and then I have the option on my computer as well. I can try. I think it might be an Android thing, but I don't have any problem doing it on my phone or the computer. I think the judge should allow. I think judge should allow Shannon to go into 3 passages she wanted because they are relevant and leave it at that. Maybe they can just do that. That was my first first super chat on a live stream? That's not my first super chat on a live stream. It's an Ikemel. Or is that from the other thing? No, that's weird. Obvious. There was some arguing back and forth. They had a witness and the lady's trying to strike. Or trying to whatever. Amy. And I know Amy has Android, so Android's working too. Thank you, Amy. We're good to go, I think. For all the new members, by the way, just don't forget, we're overdue. It's been like 2 weeks or something. We're overdue for members live. I'd like to say this weekend. Maybe I should jump on for a little bit. It's a little tough when I'm doing the trials because it's just from the morning to the end of the day. We're just kind of caught up here, and it's really hard because I got to juggle and do my other, life stuff. I'd like to come out at some point for a little bit. But if you're confused with the second channel, it's just Ikemel CC. Type that in on YouTube, or you can go to my main page and scroll down. They got the past live streams. They got the videos here, the shorts. This shit always cracks me up. The leprechaun story. You scroll down. There's Ikemel CC. You can subscribe. We got some of our recent members there, and there's the members only area. All right, and in the members section. Couple of videos. The main one you should always go and check out. Why is this here twice? That's weird. Doesn't make any sense. Whoa, is that a glitch? Where are some of these videos? Did it really add some of these videos twice? I'm gonna have to go clean this up. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. God. Anyway, look for the This story is pretty funny. Popcorn Planet, deal with the devil. I always talk about this. It's such a good life lesson. Deal with the devil. I hope your daughter rots in hell. Email the LSD story, the legendary story. I actually have to do the dab story sometime. That might be another update to go in the books. LSD story. I think I added the shroom story is actually public. Some videos in there. What we'll do for another one though. So there's that in the members area. JB, thank you for the 20. Android here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The judge does not want to repeat the situation. She already had made a ruling on the journal. Oh, and does not want to open the doors into going into the journal. She says it's tormenting. Wow. Mamma mia. CCPFP. Oh, the deodorant story. That is hilarious. I wonder if I should just move that over to members. That's a really funny the Coke story. That's public. That was really funny. Oh man, that story was hilarious. Maybe I should add that to the members. I can still leave it public, I guess, but I'll add it to the members playlist. That is a funny one. I forgot. Almost forgot about that. Add that to the members section. Boom. Okay. Hot Mess Equinus. Thank you so much for the super chat and your not super chat, sorry, your message and your membership. It says, love your channel, great coverage. Thank you. Tinkle Tits McGee, thank you for the 5. Says Starbucks Rebel Shannon Bucks. Yeah, I'm about to go make myself a little pre-workout. I'm getting a little hungry too. I think I'm gonna throw the little egg thing in the air fryer. As far as might want to go, but it's not gonna be might get a copyright strike. It's not gonna be a copyright strike. They would copyright claim it, but you can't help it. Were they gonna go strike all the channels or something? What the hell's going on? Elisa Joy, gracias por el 10. Lo agradezco. For my PC in Dodoram. For my PC Dodoram. What Dodorama? What's Dodorama? Oh, let me look that up. Is that a country or something? Dodorama. I am from Dodorama. Actually, I don't know what that is. Dodorama, is that like another language? Hot mess, thank you for the super. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 4. You at work, Kathy? Oh, so as far as the Adam Montgomery trial, which is starting, I guess, next week, Bill had sent some information. And it's just, I guess, a ruling to the media. Court TV is going to be the pool. Going to be the pool, and And it says the definition of media includes internet-based new media that regularly update content. The definition does not include personal websites. It is the responsibility of online organizations to demonstrate that they meet the definition of new media. Report, edit, broadcast, and publish news or matters of public interest either in print or electronically. Restrictions on coverage. The court may impose reasonable restrictions on the time, place, or manner of media coverage. Any restrictions must be reasonably related and narrowly drawn by at least restrictive means to control the conduct of proceedings before the court, ensure decorum, and prevent distractions, protect the reasonable privacy interests of a minor or any other person, including victims, ensure the fair administration of justice in pending future cases. Media shall not videotape or photograph any jurors, which is very common. That's straight out rule. Media shall not speak to or otherwise communicate via a third party phone, text, email, or other forms of social media to any jurors during selection, whatever that says. Media shall not identify jurors by name. Pool coverage is court TV. Television, still, and personal cameras. Both television and still cameras will be positioned in courtroom as designated by presiding judge. All equipment, including robotic cameras, shall operate with minimal noise so as to not disrupt proceedings. Still photographers should put any cameras on silent mode if possible. Television cameras and recording shall be turned off when court is not in session. Still cameras shall not use flash. Okay. To protect attorney-client privilege, the right to counsel, there should be no broadcast or videotaping of conferences which occur in the courtroom between attorneys and their clients. Okay. All right. Blah, blah. All right. So anyway, we'll be here. Dia Loca 67 says, I have a wild acid story. My walls were breathing and I thought I could speak German. I don't know. You gotta check out my video. Maybe we can compare notes. Mine was pretty wild. Voilà. What? Patrick Starr? Are we good? In the chat? Live? All right. Well, let's check out while we wait. How safe are injection spa treatments?
Med spas are a $15 billion business, but federal officials are sounding the alarm about some of them after several clients developed serious infections from drips or injections. Jim Murray spoke with one woman who says things went horribly wrong after she went to a spa.
Med spas are booming with their anti-aging and fat-busting treatments and IV vitamin drips that claim to boost energy and cure hangovers. Celebrities like Lisa Rinna and her daughters received in-home IV vitamin treatments on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So did the women on Selling Sunset. And that's Hailey Bieber and Kendall Jenner getting at-home vitamin drips.
It just makes me happy.
But how safe are these treatments? Beatrice Ama is a fitness influencer and bikini model. To look and feel her best, she says she paid this med spa trophy body $800 for vitamin and fat-busting injections on her arms, stomach, and back.
When do you realize something is wrong?
Within 24 hours, I started having these incredible shakes and my body was going through these hot flashes. And all of a sudden, my skin just starts hurting and these welts just start growing throughout my skin.
Look what she says happened. Dozens of skin lesions erupting across her body, each representing a point where she says she got a needle injection. When Beatrice reached out to the med spa here in Los Angeles, she says they told her she was experiencing normal swelling and to take some ibuprofen. But Beatrice says she knew her excruciating open sores were not normal. She was diagnosed with Mycobacterium abscessus, a drug-resistant bacterial infection that can cause painful skin lesions.
We believe that whatever they injected me with was contaminated with Mycobacterium.
With scars across her body still visible, this bikini model says she regrets ever having gone to that med spa.
Ms. Ama is now suing the med spa. They deny all her allegations.
I guess what do I using clean needles and stuff, or clean product, or expired product? What? I actually would watch this video. Oh, they're suing.
It's too late. It's too late. Oh my God!
An 85-year-old woman
I heard about this story. I think this was Florida too.
was killed by an alligator.
What was that? That creeped me out. Oh, they're coming. The sound's coming back.
Now the family is suing the retirement community she lived in.
This was a tragedy.
So she's literally walking the dog by the water, and I guess she didn't see it because you could see in the water. I don't have to show the video. You can. Oh yeah, they're gonna show it. Watch, check it out.
That was 100% preventable.
In February
Look at it. Look at it. You can see that the gator coming in the water, but she wasn't looking. You know, she wasn't looking out to the water.
Behind her home in Fort Pierce, Florida, when the gator attacked. Her ordeal was captured on a wildlife camera.
An alligator has a...
So to save the dog, she started fighting the alligator, and the alligator took her, killed her. So now I guess they're suing. Live cocktail and compare notes for real. I don't know. You might be shocked if you hear my story. I don't know if you've seen it yet. It's in the members video. Don't walk your dog by waterways, right? I went the other day kind of close to, there's like a canal over here, and I saw some birds in there, but like the part I was on, it's lifted from the ground. Like it's like a vertical, like it'd be kind of hard for an alligator to climb up. But I was looking the other day. The ultimate sacrifice for a dog lover. I know you guys in the chat would do the same. Isn't that what happened? Well, actually, was it Disney that there was a father and a kid or something, and the kid was like by the water playing, and the gator snatched him up? The alligator whisperer.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 2279990FH.
Thank you, Marquis Medical.
Karen, down and she needs to come here.
They can jump off the water? Hell no.
Okay, so I'm going to have a couple questions for you. This is certainly one of the kind of things that you want to spend some time on. Initially, I want to point out that you have said you want the statement, however, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. That's what you said you want. Okay, here's the problem with that. It might be a future plan, but this isn't a future plan not to get caught planning to shoot up the school. This is a future plan with regard to Jeffrey, right? Which is discussed extensively prior to this, right? Jeffrey, Jeffrey would be the bird and the bird head.
Oh.
Right? So.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That
would open the door. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
And of course I would ask.
I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. He's talking about getting caught with the bird head in a jar and the terrible things he did to baby birds. So I'm pretty sure that you do not want that to come in.
Right, I don't want the baby birds to come in.
Bring the baby birds.
Said I don't want to be caught, it was being caught like having mental problems, being caught with the bird, being caught with any of the stuff he's been doing.
Okay, well,
I didn't take it to be the bird, but I see what the court's saying. And you're right. If
read-
that opens the door to the bird, then I don't want to open the door to the bird.
There's an extensive discussion prior to that with a picture, and about him dumping the bird's head in a bathroom, and I hope people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. He's not talking about getting caught with the plan to shoot up the school. He's talking about getting caught with putting the bird head in the bathroom and hurting the bird. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that you do not want that statement.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, here's I know I'm going to regret this. I'm going to let you respond to this, but I also wonder. You say you want his statements. I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm, and I don't know where my dad hid it. It's hard for me to understand what that impeaches because we just saw a video where Mr. Crumbley is telling Mrs. Crumbley. She asks him specifically where was the gun, and he says, I put it in the dresser, right?
That's the other gun. That's the other two guns.
Okay, but there's also statements to the police about where, isn't there a statement on the video to one of the police officers?
Yes, sir.
About where it was? Was that the armwear one?
Yeah, where she hid the bullets, Judge, yeah.
No, she hid the bullets in the drawer with her jeans.
Okay, well, isn't there other statements in this trial about where the SIG was?
Yes, Judge. And it's lots of different statements. That's part of the case.
It says it was
Where?
hidden.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, the bird, Jeffrey's staying out of this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
And I misread that. I did not.
Okay. Well, it's hard to read, So anyway, what else do you want to say about this?
Judge, this is the people's issue here, is that well over a year ago, this issue, as well as a number of other issues that have been addressed the last few days, have been settled. It was June 27th of 22. It was appealed. The application to the Court of Appeals was filed on July the 18th of 2022. This is a pattern now that appears to be part of counsel's strategy. That's fine, but the people should be entitled to now prepare accordingly. So counsel has promised the jury that Jennifer Crumbley is going to testify. That's significant because that entire Facebook thread has come in. That's over 2,000 pages. I know from my memory there are a number of messages that will be very important in cross-examination. But because it's been sprung up mid-trial at the request for an unredacted copy of that, I want time to go through that before the defendant takes the stand so I can have every passage ready.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You want to go through what?
The Facebook thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay.
Your Honor, the prosecution moved to admit the whole thing. I have no objection. I'm ready to go with it.
Okay,
they moved to admit the whole thing in front of the jury. Now he's saying he's not ready for it.
Wait a minute. Am I missing something? I'm talking about the journal right now.
Yes, this is the pattern, Judge. The pattern of strategy. And again, counsel's entitled to her own strategy. Right. However, we are entitled to prepare our witnesses accordingly, including the cross-examination of the defense witnesses. We responded to the defendant's motions with the journal in particular with a select number of passages that firmly fit within the instructions provided by this court.
And that was in response to her motion to eliminate.
Yes, Judge. And it's the court's order, not the defendant's order. So we're following the court's order when we prepare for trial. Again, if counsel wants to reverse course mid-trial as part of our strategy, that's her decision. But we need to have the time to prepare. So I'm asking for the court to give us the time to go through that Facebook thread, as the court gave defense counsel time to go through statements of her own client's statements before Mr. Meloche testified.
Okay. You guys have gone off into Never Never Land here. I want to address the journal and then finish the lieutenant's testimony. I also want to make the sealed record during the time period that the jury is eating lunch. So at this moment, I'm going to indicate that I am very concerned about the journal. The journal is extremely disturbing in many, many, many ways, and I do not went through this, the door being open. But more importantly, these statements, I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm and where, I don't know where my dad hid it. I don't know if that it impeaches anything in this case, because there's already been plenty of evidence that he found it, right? There's evidence, the shooter found the gun, right? And there have been statements made by both the defendant and her husband to police, in text, whatever it is, indicating that the gun was hidden in some way, obviously very poorly, but the gun was hidden in some way. The gun, as far as we know, was not sitting on the kitchen table. So I don't think this impeaches anything. I don't think it's contradictory. More importantly, I don't think under any circumstances any more of this journal should come in. And in the event that it was going to come in, I think that it should have been handled prior to the jury trial. I am trying to very much protect any potential appellate record, and I do not want to delve into this journal. I think that would do nothing more than hurt Mrs. Crumbley severely. It's highly prejudicial. So that's my ruling about the journal.
Yeah.
If you have other issues you'd like to bring up, I'd appreciate if we did that when the jury's at lunch after we get the sealed record. Okay?
That's fine. If we can finish.
Okay. Let's finish him. Okay.
Yeah, he's still on the stand? Wow, I thought he was gone.
Okay, their lunch arrived, so they're eating it. Okay.
Oh.
So.
What a day today. Nothing.
Lieutenant, I'm going to indicate that you should not discuss your testimony with anyone because you're in the middle of your testimony.
Yes,
all right. So you can step down.
Okay.
I'm going to have. When did they start eating? 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to indicate that they should be prepared to come back and hear testimony at 12:30. All right. In the meantime, you can step down.
Yes,
step down.
sorry, Judge.
As I indicated to both of the attorneys as well, I think I sent had my assistant send an email. Yes, yeah. I think my assistant sent an early morning email to you about making a sealed record pursuant to Michigan Code Rule 8.119. Correct?
Yes.
It'll be brief. It'll be brief.
Yes.
All right. So because of that, I'm going to exclude everyone but the parties. We're going to do that briefly. Then I'm going to allow Ms. Crumbley to go downstairs and eat her lunch, and we're going to break until 12:30.
Just before we go off the record, I just wanted to complete the record that we were speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
So we've gone through this. I don't want to belabor the point. The issue that the people have is that it appears that counsel is trying to usurp the court's order without notice to the people, and that makes it impossible.
Okay, start over with this issue because I was talking about the journal and then you started telling me. So start over. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. The journal appears to be a pattern of strategy, which is without notice, mid-witness, shifting from what the court has already ordered to what counsel chooses to be convenient. And again, if that's trial strategy, that's trial strategy. But we have the court's order, not the defendant's order. And I don't believe it is appropriate for any party to usurp a court's order. And I also don't think it's appropriate that the people will have to respond off the cuff. I want to make sure that our witnesses are prepared.
Okay.
I want to make sure the materials necessary for cross-examination are prepared as well.
So the issue right now is the numerous Facebook communications between Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley. That's the issue that came in.
And Your Honor,
that's the piece of evidence. Okay. Within that piece of evidence, there are a number of issues to explore.
Okay.
Within that piece of evidence, it includes items that defense counsel had previously sought to exclude, and this court did in fact exclude. So that was the discussion that we had when Mrs. Crumbley was placed on the record, and she said under oath that it was her decision upon consultation with her attorney, knowing that we could cross-examine. I just want to make sure that people are given the opportunity to review all of those 2,000 messages or 2,000 pages of messages appropriately before that cross-examination begins.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that the prosecution moved to admit the entire thing in front of the jury. So I believe if I objected, it would look like Mrs. Crumbley is hiding materials And we've taken the trial strategy actually based on their trial strategy, bring it all in.
Okay.
And so when Mr. Keese...
It was a redacted copy.
Okay, I don't understand why we're he's taking a trip down memory lane. The whole thing came in already.
Right, it came in, but I'm saying he asked for it. That was days ago, and I'll tell you what.
And then you agreed to it.
I did, and since that time, I've read the whole thing and I'm ready to go with it. What he's saying is that he's not ready to go with it, even though he moved to admit it, and even though it was days ago that he moved to admit
Just to
it.
correct the record, we moved for a redacted copy and for counsel to specify exactly what portion is redacted in accordance with your order,
And
Judge.
the next day I got back to them, which was days ago, and I said...
your voice down because the walls are paper thin and the jury could hear you.
I got back to them the day after and I said, we're not asking for any redactions. They said, fine. We made a record with Mrs. Crumbley, no redactions.
Okay, when is this going to come up anyway? How far are we going to get after Lieutenant Willis?
I guess it depends on how often this comes up. And this is why I bring it to the court's attention that...
This will come up when Mrs. Crumbley testifies, if she does, right?
Certainly.
Okay, is that the only time?
Well, I brought up the pattern to the court's attention because it does appear to be a pattern. The only reason I bring it to the court's attention now and our objection to that is because it appears to be a continual theme. So I want to bring it to the court's attention now, and I want a record made of it. That's why I bring it up now.
Okay, well, you can't admit something and then unadmit something. There's no court rule that says you can do that, right? Okay.
No, it's the redacted portions. It's the portions within that would have been inadmissible prior to.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we said we still...
We're letting it all hang out.
We're letting it all hang out.
Okay.
And I don't want any redactions because I think it makes it... Mr. Keese has made it look like if we put redactions in there, we're hiding stuff.
I
So
don't
I'm
even
not...
know why we're talking about this.
We
The
shouldn't
whole
be.
record came in. It is in evidence. It is fair game. Okay? All right. That's what we're doing.
With respect to the sealed record, I just like to rely on my written pleadings.
Okay. Well, you probably are, but I'm going to make a record of those because there are privileged conversations between the shooter and a therapist in those pleadings. And I'm going to make a record about that is sealed because I am. So, all right. So, yeah, I'm throwing everybody out. So.
Recording stopped.
Kicking them out.
This will be on the record.
Oh yes.
Oh.
This is.
Well. Guess another break. All right. Well, let's see what we do. Manny says, waiting for the prosecution to snap at her. I know. That family is suing the complex. I wonder, can the complex be held liable for that? They got alligators in their stuff? I ate 2 boiled eggs, so I was really hungry. I have these egg bites in the air fryer right now, heating up too. Let's listen to this. Nancy Grace. Highly educated beauty sucks bong, stabs date 108 times in pot frenzy. Gets 0 jail time. It's a W for the pot smokers.
Moms, we all wish there were 2 more of us just to get through the day, preparing lunches, snacks, dinners.
With Kroger store, you can
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
A young son
a brother, a first generation Irish American, great grades, athlete, studying his head off to pass the grueling CPA exam. This is every parent's dream come true. So why was this golden boy, Chad Amelia, brutally stabbed over 100 times? We think 108 times, but all of you legal eagles know that after multiple stabbings, it's hard to tell how many times someone was stabbed because of overlapping, but we can document 108 times. And you may think, like many sage crime fighters do, he stabbed 108 times? What was he doing wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell you?
That's what they always say too. Oh, what he
Moms,
did?
we all wish there
were.
Missions 18+. With Kroger Delivery, even if you don't live near a Kroger store, you can
was stabbed because of overlapping, but we can document 108 times. And you may think, like many sage crime fighters do, he stabbed 108 times? What was he doing wrong? Can I tell you? Nothing. This truly is the golden boy.
I noticed they don't ask that with women. Like something happens to a woman, but when it's a guy and a woman like doesn't like attacks him, does some crazy shit. Well, what did you do? You must have did something. You deserved it. You must have did something to get stabbed, beat, killed, or whatever.
Scrubbed in sunshine. And then we learn the woman who stabs her date over 100 times was in a weed-induced frenzy. Now ask yourself, what could be worse than losing your child? Many of you know my fiance was murdered shortly before our wedding, and I thought I knew it all about grief and mourning, deep depression, until a few years ago when I had the twins. And now I know that nothing could be worse than losing your child. Except for one thing, losing your child to murder, and the murderer gets straight probation.
That's crazy, man.
I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now, including Becca Whitnall at Thousand Oaks Acorn, Andy Kahn, victims' rights advocate, Dr. Othan Mena, medical examiner, Robin Dreek, former FBI behavioral expert, Dr. Chris Mahandi, forensic psychologist and author, Audrey Nafziger, the special district attorney, deputy DA on this case. But first, I want to go to a very special guest joining me. It's Sean Amelia, Chad's father. How did an evening that started so innocently go so horribly wrong? 100 plus stabbings on your beautiful boy. The moment I saw him, all I could think about is my big boy, John David Lynch. When did you learn about what happened, Sean?
It was the morning of May 28th. It was about 10:15 a.m. in the morning. Two sheriff's deputies came to my home, and they were explaining to me initially, actually they were trying to determine if I was Chad's father, and when I gave them that information,
wait, where were you? Were you in the kitchen having coffee? Were you getting ready for work? What was happening?
Actually, I was coming down from a home that I owned 4 houses up the street from where I live, because my parents, my mother and my stepfather, he had progressed into dementia. So I picked up that home hoping that they would move into it. But by the time it was finished being renovated, he had passed. So she never moved into that house.
So you guys all grew up as a big extended family. You're all Irish. You came to the U.S. and your son was the first generation American.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes. So the gentleman asked me, he showed me a picture. Chad had a tattoo of what's called a triquetra. It's a Celtic Irish symbol on his forearm, and it symbolizes the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the unity of all things in the world. And that's how they asked me to identify him. And I said, yeah, that's my son's tattoo. And then I said, I'm extremely worried about what you're doing right now. What's going on? And
okay, wait a minute. Let me understand something, Mr. Amelia. Guys, you were hearing Sean Amelia. This is Chad's father. And he comes up to his home and there's LA law enforcement. And what would you do if somebody says, does your son have a tattoo of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? I would want to know what's going on. The worst would go through my mind. What happened?
Well, I gave them acknowledgement. Yes, that's my son's tattoo. And I said, what's going on? And then they asked me immediately, there's two of them. They said, what can you tell us about his girlfriend? And I looked at them and I said, he doesn't have a girlfriend. And that's when they turned and looked at each other kind of surprised. And I said, you guys are really worrying me at this point. What is going on? And, Chad was an incredibly strong young man. He was very fit, very tough. And the sheriff said to me, well, he's been stabbed. And at that moment, I thought, okay, I need to go see him wherever he is. I just thought he'd be in a hospital somewhere, or, he was not, it didn't even dawn on me or occur to me that what he was going to say next, because I said, well, I want to go see him. Where is he? And he said, we cannot allow you to go to this scene. He's deceased. And that's when I realized, that, I just couldn't believe what happened. So
Just last week, a judge ruled that a 32-year-old California woman did not need to serve prison time for stabbing her boyfriend to death during what prosecutors called a cannabis-induced psychosis.
A study showed disorders triggered by cannabis use are increasing. That's according to data from the healthcare analytics company Truveta. Rates of cannabis-induced disorders grew more than 50% between 2019 and November of last year. So to help us understand the link between cannabis use and mental health, let's bring in Dr. David Schreiber. He's a child, adolescent, and adult psychiatrist and the CEO and co-founder of Compass Health Center. Thanks for joining us. So we were talking, Vlad and I and Tony Jacob were talking much earlier in the show about the cannabis that is available now. It ain't your grandmother's cannabis, right?
Yeah, it ain't what they used to do back in the day. Now these kids, because they got to get higher than the sky, out into outer space and stuff. Now these kids putting crack. I'm joking. I don't know about crack, but sometimes lacing it with other stuff. It's got to be you can't just smoke and chill anymore. Now they got to be disoriented, passed out, blackout. That's the next level of smoking.
Right? It's not the cannabis from 1969, much more potent. When people say, give me a break, it's just a little bit of weed. We're talking about a different kind of drug. So can you give us a sense of, though, just how often or how much of a problem this could be that cannabis users experience something like a cannabis-induced psychosis?
So thank you for having me here today. So let me first start off with a bird's eye perspective here. Let me share two validating points that illustrate that this is a problem across the country. First one on a national level. As mentioned, there have been a lot of studies since 2019.
Formaldehyde dipped joints. Isn't PCP just like embalmer or something like that? What is PCP? Or so what is the stuff they use embalmer with made of? Embalming. What's different stuff? I thought part of it was like embalming fluid or something. I don't know.
Of our emergency rooms across this country. And what we learned from those studies is a 50% increase of adverse events as a result of cannabis use. So 50% more emergency room visits as a result of cannabis. I'll also say on a local level here at Compass Health Center, we treat complex psychiatric disorders, and we have 54 specialized programs across Illinois and Maryland. What we learned over the years, when we see a spike of utilization of specific programs, it gives us a good pulse of what's going on in the community and across this country. And what we've seen over the last few years is a significant spike in utilization of our co-occurring mental health and substance use disorder programs.
All right, so help us understand the link between cannabis and the development of psychosis or psychotic disorders.
So it's very important to recognize that there is a lot of suffering. And unfortunately, as a doctor, I've treated a lot of people who are suffering from these psychotic symptoms. But before we go there, I want to recognize how we got here. And I want to take us back a little bit and talk about the different factors that have contributed us to getting to this point. So first is to recognize that this didn't happen overnight. There are multiple factors that have contributed to this. First one is accessibility. In 2019, we had 11 states that legalized recreational use of cannabis. Today, there are 24 states, and that number should go up to 29 by the end of this year. So accessibility increase is contributing. The next one is, as we talked about before, and is potency, is to recognize cannabis today is different than cannabis of previous generations. In the 1990s, we had potency, concentration of THC in cannabis hovering around 4%. Today, that number is closer to 20%, so 5 times the greater amount of potency. We know because of technology today that there are products being marketed out there that are able to achieve 90% potency. And there are a lot of studies that are shown out there that increased potency concentration also correlates with increased adverse events. So potency is contributing significantly. And last but not least, it's important to talk about COVID. We all suffer through COVID. And we all want to move on from COVID, but we all have to recognize there is an aftermath. And across this country, we are seeing spikes in psychiatric conditions, depression, anxiety, OCD, trauma, substance use, like I mentioned beforehand. And what we do know is that when people aren't getting the care that they need for their psychiatric disorders, they tend to self-medicate. And one of the drugs that people tend to use to self-medicate is cannabis. So it's all those things that are contributing to how we got here today.
And you know, some of the articles that I read sort of indicate that young people in particular are extra vulnerable. Is it just because, you know, they're young and so maybe they don't, they don't make the best choices because, developing brain? Is that the primary reason, or is it also sort of all the other factors that you pointed out?
So it's an important point to recognize, yes, they are vulnerable, but it's important to us to recognize is that there is a lot that we can do. And this is what I talk to my patients about all the time who are very concerned, or their parents, is the importance of the 3 E's. The important to educate, engage, and enroll. First, educate. Make sure you get the information that you need from trustworthy organizations. That might be Compass Health Center. We have a really good resource on our website, compasshealthcenter.net. Engage in conversation with you.
So that more potent strains, I guess. And then forget about if it's laced with something too. I did a poll in the chat and asked, do you smoke Mary? 32% said yes. 55% say no, and 13% now say once in a while. Do I smoke Mary? No. I mean, I would smoke it once in a while, once in a blue moon type of thing. I can't, like, I'm not somebody that could do it and it's functional. There's people that do it and it's functional. I wouldn't even be able to, I wouldn't feel comfortable driving. It would have to be like in a calm, like chill setting, just like no responsibility, no baby, with her mother or my mother, like type of, I just, I don't like being in crowds or something like that. But once in a while, I would just, if I'm chilling. But no way would I want to like live stream and do it or like have any kind of thing that I like an appointment or like whatever. There's people that do it functional. They go to work. I had a friend that used to like, I think he was in the restaurant industry, and he would have his like his vape thing or that little whatever it is and smoke it. I used to have the gummies too. I used to take the Delta 9, which were a little bit less potent. And I sometimes used to take that to go to sleep. And I used to sleep really good. It was actually really, really good I forgot what brand it was that I had, but the Mary has never been my like thing. It's just an occasional cool. I've actually had some really bad panic attacks on it a long time ago, like years ago. I remember one that was like, fuck, it felt like it lasted hours. Like my heart, I was with a group of people. I mean, this was way before even Maddie was born, how long ago it was, but I was with a group of people. And it's actually the same people from the deodorant story, the same people. But no, I just started freaking out. Like my heart just felt like it was like pounding. I was like, yo, I gotta go. So I was with we were chilling at somebody's house with all these people I didn't know. There was like 2 people I knew and then a bunch of people I didn't know. And so I'm just like, I'm gonna go out to the car. And they're like, okay, yeah, sure. Bro, I dipped and didn't go back. I just went home. I went home and I sat there and my heart was just like like pounding. And I even felt like sensations going through my arm and stuff, and I couldn't tell if it was in my head or really happening. Oh my God, I freaked myself out. I haven't had a really bad incident like that since though. Like I've controlled a lot of the anxiety, but I've had times where I've smoked and I was like, holy crap. Like I would just like, or one of my exes, we used to sometimes smoke. And I would just kind of like, just be there. Kind of would just lay down, just be like chilling or whatever. Like I sometimes just feel like a body feeling or whatever. But I mean, I wasn't, and I'm talking like I maybe take 1 or 2 puffs, maybe 3. I don't know, not a lot. It doesn't take a lot. I'm really, really lightweight. I'm a big fan of the Irish. Mel, you have to smoke me. Oh, you're in Miami, right? I spoke once or twice with Silvio. The last time I posted on my Instagram, the last time I did with him, it was months ago, a while back. Silvio. I was trying to find this. All right. I haven't talked to Silvio in a while. I need to check on him. Still got a whole pack of gummies for Christmas. Don't really mess with it. I never, that's the one thing, I don't mess with edibles. I don't. I mean, I know the gummy thing is considered edible. That was the only thing. But like this thing where people take like the brownies, I've just heard so many bad stories and that supposedly it even hits you worse. And like, I don't know, man, I can't with that stuff. The TV is the way to go? Hell no, you crazy. That thing I can see somebody going crazy, like stabbing somebody. Anybody ever step on a fire anthill? It happened to me in the LSD story, but it also happened to me when I was like a kid twice. But I remember when I was a kid, it was like really, really, really bad. I was it got so bad. I stepped on a huge ant hill. They literally crawled up all the way to my waist, from my feet up to my waist. And if I had some type of allergy, I would probably not be here because they stung the crap out of me. I had to jump into the shower. I think it was Louisiana. This is an old story, but Georgia mom dies after stepping on hill of fire ants outside her home and suffering extreme allergic reaction to the insect bites after posting pic from ER in 2018 pleading, "What if the ants get me?" I wonder why this was posted in 2023 though, if it's from 2018. Kathy Weed, ironic that that's what we were talking about. 43 years old, encountered the insect pile. Maybe that's why it came up, because I searched weed allergies and her last name is Weed. Encountered an insect pile in her home in Lawrenceville, about 30 miles northeast of Atlanta, on Saturday. Her family believes she died before she could get any medicine. Back in 2018, Weed had suffered a picture of her, or she shared a picture of her swollen face from the emergency room on Facebook and explained her deadly allergy. "I'm highly allergic to fire ants. As of about 3 years ago, I carry an EpiPen with me everywhere I go. Over the last 3 years, I've had to use the EpiPen 6 times. The 6th time being Saturday night." Let's see what you guys are saying. They're back? Oh. Well, actually, they're not back. I had it paused, but they're not back. I'm glad you told me, because I'm paused it, put it live. All right, let me see. What do you guys say about? Yeah, I might tell a DAP story one day for the members. Best sleeping aid you ever had, right? The Delta, I think it's Delta 9. To me, they're like a lesser strain, more chill, nice for bedtime. Sleep good, don't wake up groggy or get like hungover or anything like that. Benadryl is like horrible. Benadryl, oof. You wake up feeling like you were drugged the night before. And then Benadryl is like you keep needing to take more and more and more every time. Like it just keeps, like you keep having to up your dose. Your body just gets used to it. That's poor you. Functional Mary Jane or Allison. Allison, hey, Ellie. You can die from epi. That one story we covered recently. How did that woman die? Oh, the peanut butter thing. She or the nut thing. She had a cookie that was not labeled for nuts, and they say she took one bite and she died. And supposedly she carried 3. I think 3 EpiPens with her. I'm getting 6 from the article. I think she carried 3 EpiPens with her. I don't know if they actually used it on her or not. Because sometimes, and then if they did use it, was it injected properly? What does Epi do? Doesn't it like speed up your heart too or something? Let me see something. Let's look it up. What does EpiPen do? It contains epinephrine, a medication to help decrease your body's allergic reaction by relaxing the muscles in your airways to make breathing easier. Help to reverse the rapid and dangerous decrease of blood pressure, relaxing the muscles in the stomach, intestines, and bladder. What happens after you take an EpiPen? Fast pounding heartbeat, nervousness, sweating, nausea, vomiting, trouble breathing, headache, dizziness, anxiety, shakiness, and pale skin. Holy shit! If any of these effects get worse, call your doctor. Damn. EpiPen. Fast heart rate. Also stimulates the heart muscle, causing your heart to beat faster and to pump more blood to the vital organs. Ooh. I had tachycardia one time too. I got 2 stories I could share for the members because we got to do some more member stuff. So we'll do the tachycardia story. Pretend like I know how to spell it. Tachycardia. And then dabs. The dabs one I have to really consult with myself. I want to tell that story. Hambone says, "Did you see the Senate versus social media?" No, it was intense. Oh, Senate versus social media. Maybe we can do that on the second channel at some point. Today's Thursday. I'm so glad Friday's coming up. Senate versus social media. Oh, wow. How long is it? 3 hours something? All right, I'm going to bookmark this. CEOs of Meta, TikTok. Oh, wow. I didn't know this happened. Okay, that's up my alley. Senate versus social media. Maybe we can do that in the second channel. Senate, you ain't got no power. Those guys are running the world. You got to get permission from them. If your heart stopped, call your doctor. That was funny. I'm currently taking Dude Cool with an energy drink. Wow. Are you sick? I guess you did say you were sick or something. Dayquil is one of my go-tos, I guess, or the Tylenol multi-symptom or whatever if I'm sick. Senate versus Senate social media is always for show. Social media always is never prepared or can't speak on all things. Yeah, I bet. Every single time they're there. So this is the woman's face. Wow. It almost looks photoshopped. That's crazy. Ooh, after she tried using an EpiPen that was expired and did not work to calm the reaction. You know, there's certain medications that expire and they're still fine. And sometimes too, they have this thing where they send expired medications to other countries. Expired medication sent to other countries. Depending on the medication, like pills and stuff, you'd probably be okay, but it could lose its effectiveness. But there's been times that, like, you know, I go to get a prescription, I just leave it there. Like, I think I had something for my eye or something that they say throw it away after. I just kept that shit there. Oh, now it says here, FDA and World Health Organization strongly discourage donation of expired drugs, even to affected nations during emergency crisis. They were doing that, though. Study finds that most donations to developing countries are appropriate. I don't know. I remember one time there was a program that they told me about that they were sending this expired stuff to those countries, at least so they can use it or whatever. But certain things like EpiPen, yeah, you wouldn't want to take a chance on that. Certain liquids, maybe injections, things that require refrigeration to maintain stability. But anyway, yeah, that's a horrible situation. And I guess people that have EpiPens, they should probably carry more than one from that. Even the story with the other lady. And maybe the people that are around you, you probably might want to guide them on how to use it in case you somehow become incapacitated. You can't. I was covered to toe in hives, vomiting on a full panic attack. I felt my ear canals and throat swelling. Oh, that's scary. In a matter of minutes from the bite. Having an allergy like this is no joke. It is scary. It is life-threatening with each bite I get. If I don't have an EpiPen nearby, the reaction gets worse. She went on to say that she was informed by the pharmacy that there was an EpiPen shortage. Wow. Benadryl doesn't touch this. Stay on top of your prescriptions. Okay. Wow. All right, so we're still waiting. It's at 12:30. We'll go 15 minutes. JB Murdoch jury foreman about to testify. I thought they were done. I don't know. This is the sun that never ends. See, music goes on and on, my friend. Juror foreman testimony. Emily's the only person. Emily's the only person live talking about it. Is there a testimony or it's coming up? Emily's live. Maybe there's going to be something. I don't know. I mean, keep an eye on her then and see. Maybe we can watch something later whenever it pops up. I don't know. Live Murdoch juror 4-person testimony. I don't know if she's talking about the other day or what. They put you on a TV, share this. Oh, scare the ist out of my chalk lab. Damn, $700 for the pen? Wow, they're making a killing. Oh, literally too, I guess. Jeez. Murdoch. Oh, let's listen back to, I guess, Nancy, I guess.
Literally dropped to my knees, and I couldn't believe what they had told me. And then at that point, just by coincidence, one of my uncles, who is the matriarch of our family, he just happened to pull up into my driveway. And, thank God that he did, because, he kind of pulled me together, and then we all went into the kitchen. I went into the kitchen with the 2 sheriffs and my uncle, and I had to explain to him what they had just told me. He couldn't believe it. And then the sheriffs asked me right after that, they said, look, we need to notify his mother. Do you want to do that, or do you want us to do it? And I said, well, I don't want her to find out the way I just found out, so I will take care of it. And I called her immediately, and she had an appointment that she was headed to, and I asked her to cancel the appointment. And I drove to her home, which was very close to my home, and I sat her down, and I had to tell her, I'd say, Michelle, I just got some really bad news. Chad, he's dead. And, from that moment forward, I mean, I just, it was like literally was like looking into her eye and seeing something just break in a human being. Never seen anything like it before, but that's what happened. And I was concerned about leaving her, because I had to, obviously the next person I had to go drive and tell was my mother. And they were very close. And I just, reached out to her sister and said, you need to come here. She cannot be here by herself. And she has really good friends, strong friends. So they came and supported her. And then I left, and I had about an hour and 45-minute drive to get to my mom's house. And I remember, telling my mom, I had to tell my mom that, that same thing. I sat her down and just said, Mom. And she knew something was wrong, because I was there with my Uncle Noel and my Uncle Christopher. I took them with me. And my Uncle Noel actually drove me there. And, she goes, what's going on? And I just said, well, Mom, I got some really bad news. I said, Chad is deceased. And, I could see that she was in shock, but she reached out and she grabbed hold of me, and she just looked at me and said, well, Sean, he's in a better place than we are. And that's what she said to me. So that's kind of how the initial understanding of his loss went for me and our family.
Guys, you are hearing the father of Chad Amelia literally scrubbed in sunshine. And I'm not saying that this perfect boy's life is any more or less valuable than anybody else's. It just, the the irony, the bad taste of a kid growing up and doing everything right, and then out of the blue, this boy is stabbed over 100 times by his girlfriend. She in a weed-induced frenzy.
Crazy.
And everybody across the country that's legalizing pot, saying it's okay, it's fine. It's not. It is not. I know I'm the voice in the wilderness on this, but I've seen so many victims fall prey to pot. That's not the issue today. That's a much different argument. The issue today is his killer is walking free on straight probation.
Sunshine came softly through my window today.
Florida truly is the Sunshine State, and it shows in everything we grow. When you shop, choose fresh from Florida.
'Cause I made my mind up, you're going to be mine. I tell you right now.
Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help you protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com/iHeart and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at LifeLock.com/iHeart. Identity theft protection starts here.
If you're turning 65, are new to Medicare, or have recently moved, you can keep more money in your pocket with the Humana Medicare Advantage Humana Choice PPO. You'll get $1,978.80 back each year in your Social Security check. Learn more at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. The Part B Give Back benefit pays part or all of your Part B premium, and the amount may change based on the amount you pay for Part B. Limitations and restrictions may apply. Humana is a Medicare Advantage PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
To Audrey Nafziger, Ventura County Senior Deputy District Attorney who prosecuted this case, she did not agree with straight probation. This was not a deal. You know, you can either plead guilty with a plea deal that the state agrees with the defense and they present it to the judge. You can plead blind plea where you plead guilty and you just throw yourself on the judge's mercy, or you can go to trial. This was not an agreed deal, so don't hold this against her. My question to you, Audrey, is when you hear Mr. Amelia speaking, I mean, I know for all the years I prosecuted violent crimes, I would add that pain to my own heart, and I carry it around to this day. Does it ever become staggering to you? Because sometimes it did to me. I would have to pull off the road when I would leave the courthouse sometimes and just cry. Of course, I couldn't let anybody else see me cry because then I would be weak. But when you hear Mr. Amelia telling his story, and you know his killer, who voluntarily took pot, smoked pot, and got so high, she stabbed him. That's not in question. It's not who did it. She did it. How does that hit you, Audrey?
Nancy, you said it exactly right. I carry this
the trauma, the pain. I don't know the pain that Sean knows, but it deeply impacts me. And listening to him, I mean, I brought the tissue box over, and it's just, how can anyone not feel the humanity of losing Chad Amelia? It's just a horrible thing. And in compounding it in this case was the extraordinarily graphic video that I had to watch, I don't even know how many times, maybe 100 times. And it's just something you can never unsee. And it's horrible. It's a horrible thing to experience. And I think as a prosecutor, we harness that pain and we use it to get through horrible trials and to bring justice as best we can. And that's what I did.
To Andy Kahn joining me, colleague and friend, Director of Victim Services at Crime Stoppers Houston. Andy, I know how much you research every case that you advance. When I look, and I know you've seen pictures of my son, John David, when I look at Chad, this guy, that smile, he's got $1 million smile, just full of life, full of happiness. It just kills me to think what this judge has done.
Nancy, crime victims in this case is like the poster child. They are no longer victims under the guise of this new criminal justice reform that we seem to be operating on. The defendants, like this lady, they are now the new victims, and actual crime victims are basically treated as non-entities. And here's what I really find fascinating. So they're claiming this cannabis-induced psychosis that led her to, stabbing Chad over 100 times. The weed was purchased at this local dispensary. Amazingly, you tell me if I'm wrong, but that's the only case that I've seen, and we're going on 6 years. So it's not like people who purchased this type of marijuana all of a sudden get this psychosis induced and they go around stabbing people to death. This is a precedent-setting decision that's going to have far-reaching consequences.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of other people now coming out with these, or they're going to use this as a defense. Or somebody that's going to commit a crime, they can just have weed on the side, just ready to smoke it before they do the crime, to come up with the psychosis defense. Let's see. Judy said, I think it was Judy said something. Oh no. Yes, yeah, Judy. My ex smoked so much weed we could not communicate. Dang, we were separated for a year. We have been separated for a year. Now he's into other substances. Damn. Oh man. Well, purchase a dispensary. Yeah, a dispensary should be safe, though, aren't they? Aren't they kind of regulated or not really regulated, depending what state? With Cali, they can't. Well, it's Cali. I don't know. Yeah. Shh, whisper. Thank you for the retweet of my video. I sat down and watched the video for making my dog release for. Yeah, I have a whole playlist. I got to make a playlist for this trial, but I have a playlist for the Kansas City 3 also. I made it already. I need to add the Kansas City 3. No, not Kansas City 3, the trial playlist, because I think it'll be, for people watching the trial, easy for them to follow. Let me do that right now. So I have, let's see. Tachycardia, stabs, the other idea. Topic conversations. I did ask my YouTube manager about looking into the whole gifting membership thing, that they're supposed to give me 10 free a month, but because I have a brand account for YouTube, they won't let me. I should test it out on my second channel, because my second channel is on a brand account. The next time we go live, let's see if it lets me gift 10 for free. I mean, I don't mind doing it every now once in a while as a promotional thing, but like if they're offering free, why not? Let them take care of it. They're supposed to be coming back now. They're on lunch break. Shanbon says psychosis is possible even with weak weed, depending on your brain and body's chemical makeup. But it's natural. It's from the earth. Everything's from the earth. I already had the appointment. Purple passion. Oh. Me, you. I know you would. They're offering 10. They let me be able to give 10 free every month. That's dope, yo. Let me do it. YouTube now allows creators to give 10 memberships to their most engaged viewers every month for free. Yeah, if you're using a brand account, check to see if you're using a brand. Currently not available for brand accounts. Why? You click on the money icon, membership gifting, gift 5 now. Yeah, brand account. I don't even remember. What's the point of brand account? I thought it was just so I can have, let me see. I thought it was so you can get other people to sign in and stuff, have their own, like, have access to YouTube. Yeah. You can control who view your videos, decide how much information you want to share with viewers, or even restrict certain videos if necessary. Yeah, it's so you can have multiple admins on your channel type of thing. EDB is just gonna play audio for. Are you sure, JB? You think she's the only one that has some type of exclusive access to the audio and nobody else has it? That I wasn't played during the thing? Anyway, we're back. Yeah, 100% regulated, right? No, I figured it was regulated because of the. I do always joke about Cali. Yeah. Yeah, EDB is Emily. Doodle Bug Fart says, in all my 45 years, I never saw one aggressive person high on weed. I don't think I have either. That's just weird. Yeah, what kind of stuff does this chick smoke? What? Okay. Court person testified Friday before the hearing. Her testimony was sealed to prevent other jury members hearing it before they testified. Okay. This trial's on Mel's time. They're always late. Salty Seat, thank you for the membership. Jennifer has not taken a stand now. BB said I bug out on weed. Chris said he wanted to play video games. I couldn't do like Call of Duty. There's no way I could smoke and play Call of Duty. There's people that do that. I can't even like drink and play Call of Duty. I mean, I could if we're just playing for fun, I could do that. It's fun, but to actually play a decent game now. Jennifer hasn't taken a stand yet. She is supposed to be taking a stand, but that happens when the defense starts their case. They're still in the prosecution, I believe. B says, I ate a home edible years ago, passed out, then woke up thinking my boyfriend at the time was trying to hold me hostage. I was screaming, never had an edible again. Wow. Tony Hawk Disco Mode. I used to play that game Saints with my friend online. I think it's called Saints something on Xbox. Saints Row? Saints Row? Saints Row. Saints Row. Betsy League, thank you for the 23 months. Holy, that's amazing. It's so cool to see people that have been riding that long. Almost a little surreal sometimes. Like, damn. 2 years. Wow. Thank you for resubbing. GTA wannabe, right? Yeah, it's nowhere near close. I feel like that is a game for people that smoke. it was kind of a fun game, but nowhere near close. Man, whenever GTA 6 come out, which I guess it's not this year, right? When is it next? 2025? GTA 6. I'm definitely going to play some of that. Maybe even online for a little bit every now and then. 2025, bro. To me, I can't even think about that game anymore. 2025 release. Oh, they dropped the second trailer? Trailer 2? They dropped the second trailer. Ooh. Oh, that's a fake channel, I guess. It looks kind of cool, though. Saints Row's a goofy GTA, yeah. I remember I used to play that game drunk sometimes with my friend. It was kind of fun back then. Cyberpunk, that game looks dope. The new one that came out, I never got into it because I knew I try to stay away from games like that now. When I was younger, I used to do it, but I don't want to get caught up in an RPG. It's like too time consuming. I feel like it would take away from YouTube. But that game looks dope. That game had a bunch of issues too when it first came out. It looks beautiful. Oh, yo, I forgot about that game. BioShock? I think I played the first one. That was a lot of fun too. BioShock. Classic. Yeah, is it still broken? It dropped broken, right? I think it wouldn't even launch on some of the consoles, and even on PC. I saw all kinds of glitches. There's this YouTuber named Angry Gamer. He's sometimes funny to watch. I think Angry Gamer. Anytime I'm ever pissed off at a game, I'll go watch this guy, look up the game, the title. Isn't he Angry Gamer? Maybe not. I thought there was a guy named Angry Gamer or something. Angry Joe. Angry Joe. I think Angry Joe show. Yeah. Yeah. BL, damn, you're at the top too. I should do like something. I wonder if YouTube lets me look at like the longest members. I know Katrina has 3 years, I believe. BL's right there too, almost there. Just want to show how many months. Damn, yo. The general. I feel like we need to get you like a vest. We need to get you a vest and like some camel gear. Cyberpunk and Deus Ex are the same genre. I've heard of that one. I never played it. They suck the light. Yeah, I don't mess with that anymore. Cause all NVIDIA cards to overheat. Really? I was big into World of Warcraft when it came out. Wow. That really sucks the life out of you too, man. I had friends that like wouldn't go to work. They'd stay up 2 days straight sometimes when like new stuff came out. I'd like go to work, come home, they'd still be playing. I'd go to sleep, wake up, they're still playing. I'm like, damn. But I used to grind it out with them too, but after a while I had to stop. Warcraft 3 was really good too. Really good storyline. I played StarCraft. I used to play StarCraft. It wasn't really good online though. There's a guy named Angry Joe. I think he's kind of funny. Three years gets me. You know, JD, I really like that idea. Or I was talking with that person, the YouTube person. They were giving me some ideas, somewhat to like doing little things to reward people, something that makes sense. You know, like I don't know, little fun stuff. I actually am gonna add that. That could backfire in a couple of years, all right? Like 100 people. Hey, I'm waiting. I added that to my little OneNote. Make Asylums great again. Lindsay, 2 years, 5 months. Wow. He's still on there. I think he sometimes overdoes it. But he's kind of funny. I just want to see somebody trash the game that I'm so frustrated with. I forgot what game it was that was really bad.
People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-F8.
Here, McDonald's on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keys on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon. We had a hearing that was conducted under seal pursuant to 8.119, and the court ruled that there is an absolute privilege that belongs to the shooter. Therefore, none of the psychological or medical records of the shooter will be eligible to be admitted in this matter. All right, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Report. Up Schitt's Creek. Thank you for the 17 months. Damn. Okay. Not yet 2 years member, but faithful follower. Thank you. Amazing.
All right for the jury?
Good afternoon, you may be seated. Who is the next witness prosecutor?
I believe Lieutenant Willis was still on cross-examination.
That's true. That might be why he's sitting here. Lieutenant, you are still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Hi there. You were testifying that on December 1st, I believe you said you got an arrest warrant for Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, for Mrs. Crumbley, for the shooter.
Correct.
And on that date, he was on Zoom for a court hearing.
Yes.
And during that court hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley participated on Zoom from their vehicles. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it appeared they were in their vehicle, but they're on Zoom.
Now, on Friday, you went to the court and did what you call a swear-to in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's when you went in and you told a magistrate or judge the facts that you swore to in order to secure an arrest warrant for Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that date, you never told and I'm asking if you ever told Mrs. Crumbley, you personally did not tell Mrs. Crumbley you need to be here at the court, correct?
I did not.
And when you were at the court, were prosecutors present?
For the swear-to, are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing me there, correct?
No.
You recall seeing lots of media there, is that right?
Yeah, there was lots of people there, but yeah. Yes.
Was it media or people?
Both.
Okay, so lots of media and people.
Yeah, I didn't know everyone's credentials, but there was people. So I don't know who was intermixed in the group.
And on that date, you secured the warrant. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the next thing that happened was the prosecutor had a press conference and announced it, correct?
Objection is irrelevant, Judge.
Well, it was on the media in the public
We can
domain.
stipulate that it was
Yeah.
not. I think that's even.
Okay, yeah, you can answer that. If you know.
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, the next thing was the prosecution announced at a press conference that there was a warrant for the Crumbley's arrest.
I don't know that.
After the arrest warrant was secured, you were aware that a search was started from fugitive apprehension teams, U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol, to find the Crumbleys.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that there was any kind of search?
No, that's not true. I was aware that there was a search that I directed our fugitive unit to conduct.
Okay, so you were aware that there was an outstanding warrant for Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were going to be efforts to locate Mrs. Crumbley because of the warrant.
Yes. If I recall the swear-to, the judge said the defendant had, or her husband, but the defendant had to turn herself in by 4 p.m. That day.
Okay, and defendants can do a variety of things. I believe we've already established this in trial. They can drive around in their car with an outstanding warrant and end up getting a ticket and taken into custody, correct?
That can happen.
They can go to the police station and turn themselves into police, correct?
Yes, that can happen.
They can have a lawyer make arrangements, set up a time and go to the court to turn themselves in.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that a person can come into custody, correct?
Yes, there's several ways.
I have no further questions.
Briefly. That hotel in Auburn Hills where James and Jennifer Crumbley stayed, how close is that to the Auburn Hills Police Department?
I don't know exactly, but it's like right across the street. It's very close.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you can step down and you're excused. Who's next?
Maybe we have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Tell me they're done. Betsy Lee, thank you so much for gifting the membership. And Lisa Lulu, thank you for the 11 months. I'm catching up. Love you, Mel. Love you too. And you're about to be a year.
Thank you, Judge. The people are going to rest, but before we do, I just want to make sure the court's exhibit list reflects the same as the people's as far as admission of evidence.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I hit the mic. Yes,
You're
finally.
following along too, right?
Yes, I have my offices.
So I'll go page by page, might be easier. Every exhibit on page 1, that's 1 through 30. Every exhibit on page 2, 31 through 59. Exhibits 60 through 76. And then 78 through 94. That's on page 3. All exhibits on page 4, that's 95 through 122.
112 was admitted, correct?
I have 112 as admitted, yes, Judge.
Okay.
All exhibits 123 through 148. Exhibits 149 through 160. Exhibit 162. Exhibits 164 through 169. Exhibits 171 through 179. Exhibits 183 through 186. Exhibits 188 and 189.
I'm sorry, 181? No.
No, 183 through 186. And then 188 and 189. Exhibits 191 through 205.
You have 187 not admitted, correct?
Correct. So we have 188 and 189, two that are admitted. And then 191 through 205 are all admitted. Exhibits 210 through 213. Exhibits 215 through 223.
206, 207, 208, 209.
Not admitted though. I'm only identifying. Not 215? Oh, thank you. Not 215. Thank you. 215 was not admitted. Okay. Exhibits 216 through 223 are admitted. Exhibits 231 through 239 are admitted. Exhibits 242 through 247 are admitted. 248 is admitted as well. Thankfully, we have Ms. Nella here. 247 was not admitted. That's right, thank you. 248, yeah, sorry. 248 was admitted. 253 through 256 were all admitted. 278 through 284 were also. 268, 269 were admitted, thank you. 272 was admitted. And then 278 to 284. This is why we do this. 285 through 291 were all admitted. 296 and 297. 285 through 291. 293 was admitted. 296 and 297 were admitted. Exhibits 300 through 309 were all admitted. Exhibits 316 and 317 were admitted. Exhibit 340 through 345 were all admitted. Exhibit 347 through 357 were all admitted, as were all exhibits through 388 on the next page. Exhibits 389 through 405 were admitted. Exhibits 408 and 409 were admitted. Exhibit 411 was admitted. 413 through 423 were admitted. Exhibit 426 was admitted. And then we identified two items as demonstrative aids.
424 not admitted, correct?
Correct. Okay. 135, Judge, can you go back to that page, please? That was not it. I just want to confirm that I said that correctly. 135. That was not admitted.
Not admitted.
Thank you. And Judge, the two demonstrative exhibits that were just identified for the record, 427 and 428. That reflect the pencils as well? Okay.
Do you have anything different from that, Ms. Smith?
I have no objections.
Okay.
And the people are asking.
All right, so,
Your Honor, I believe at this point the court needs to excuse the jury for a moment.
Again?
Unless the court would like me to make a motion later.
Okay, I can do that.
Or if you want to do testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
Okay. If we can wait, we'll wait.
Yes. Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Okay, so, Your Honor, the defense calls Jennifer Crumbley.
Let's go! Let's go!
Yes, sir.
I'm going to excuse her for a minute. Okay?
Come on, man!
All right,
Not when I'm about to go, though. I got an hour. Well, 40 minutes before I gotta go. I mean, I'll leave the stream running. I don't want to miss this, man! Oh, man. This is gonna take a while, bro. It's gonna take the rest of the day. Probably.
All right, you may be seated. You could make that motion now if you wanted to.
This judge, man.
I guess I would indicate that I think it's a policy of the sheriff's department to have someone stand close to the defendant. Is that correct? Yes. So I guess I would like that to occur outside of the cited hearings.
You mean like here?
I think that they're going to require that a deputy stand here. So rather than make that obvious, I would invite a jury to have her have a seat and have the deputy standing behind her prior to the jury being brought in.
Okay, can she go up there now?
Sure, unless you want to bring the motion.
Go up there and I'll just make a record about her testifying and we'll do the motion later. Is that okay? Okay, go have a seat up there. And the deputy's going to be behind you. You're just going to start in the box, okay?
Whoa.
Oh, well, yeah, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can be seated. Ms. Smith, would you like to question her?
I would. For the record, can you start by stating your name, please?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can close the door and see what it was like.
Hi. Can you start by stating your name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you and I have been working together since December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that over these last 26 months, we've discussed whether or not you intended to testify a number of times?
We have.
Do you want to testify in your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you did not testify, this judge, this court, would give the jury instructions that it cannot be held against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that after I question you, the prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you?
Yes.
And do you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine you about all of the evidence that's been admitted in the case, including all of your text messages or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Milosh, all the evidence in the case,
yes,
correct?
I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Crumbley?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address counsel's motion while the jury's out?
Well, I guess she.
Yeah, why is the jury out?
Later, we can reserve it. I'll reserve it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So, are you ready for the jury?
I am.
You need to take a break for any reason, let me know. Okay, thank you.
Judge, we still like to inquire if counsel has any other defense witnesses after Mrs. Crumbley.
I'm not sure. It depends on childcare.
So who would that person be?
I'm not sure. They
Fluffy,
never
thank
told
you.
me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
Okay, I guess it's going to be hard to believe that we're going to get past her. Maybe we will. Maybe we will.
Okay.
I don't know.
I doubt it. Today?
Depends how long the process. I believe I'll get through her. All rise for the jury.
Call him up! I'm excited, baby. Let's go. Off for this one moment.
The people are
Your Honor, I believe at this point the court needs to excuse the jury from calling her. Yes, thank you. We need to make a motion later. Okay. Or we can testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
If we can wait, I'll go wait.
Yes, okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Okay, so
JENNIFER
Go ahead.
You know, Your Honor, I'm going to pull the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Okay, sure. I don't know what that was.
I think it might have been the microphone.
Is that your microphone? We have to move it, or it seems like
Oh my god.
All right, good afternoon. I just need to get, is there any way we could put the screen on?
Sure. Okay. Usually that one goes on fast, so.
And what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to leave this unplugged for a moment so that when I need an exhibit, I'll just plug it in.
Okay.
Because I don't have those
I clipped
fancy,
something
like,
for a second. I
in-between
just needed to
slides.
make it. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, this one goes on and then
well,
they don't all go on simultaneously.
They don't. Okay. Let's see if it goes.
I blew out people's ears.
I'm the only one who can see all three of them. This one is not on. Oh, there. All three of them are on.
Let's see what happens when I just go like. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So I apologize in between exhibits. So with that, I'm gonna pull it out. Okay. All right, Mrs. Crumbley, can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm the defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster through things, and if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know.
Okay.
Okay? And you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position include any kind of presentations or public speaking, anything like that?
Not a lot.
Okay. And how do you feel right now about talking to this jury?
Public speaking is probably my biggest fear. So very nervous.
Oh.
Okay. And at times, you have been upset during this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you okay to keep proceeding?
Yes.
I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
You have.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. what is your, like, let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into a go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in, and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury like an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. It's just, I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you, I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together then?
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken to him recently?
No.
How long has it been since you've spoken to him?
A little over 2 years.
So since the day of the shooting?
Correct.
Or not shooting, the day you were arrested?
Correct.
You have a son?
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th, okay? Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. What do you mean by metal detecting? We have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida out by the ocean or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so you go in the neighbor's yard and see if you can find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he would like that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half-acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back. So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon that you can just kind of shoot down, like little whatever. He was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader, and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading.
Okay, now when you say snow skiing, did you ever back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free, also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7, and he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did, but he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him, and it kind of turned him off from going to the barn. It's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the Beat Saber. You can probably Google that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
We had a pool. We liked swimming together. Really just normal stuff.
Okay. Did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down. And then we would decorate that weekend. We would watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah, our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time. But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could, so he had up and down grades. I would say he's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School app during this trial, so I had it on my phone, and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades would fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button issue for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly. Yeah. Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yep.
Okay. Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. Explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year or year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020. I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was, marketing's, it's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. He's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. That's probably the extent of our... But we were good friends too.
How often in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him? I'm sorry, your son, in any way?
No.
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
Because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work. And so the time I was coming to work, we'd meet at the Costco parking lot, and that was it. He'd go out about his day, I'd go about mine.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No.
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
No.
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
No, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning. That was... Yeah.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He would meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there was quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified, do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal.
And she commented, she knew Ethan in elementary school, or she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said, she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There was one regarding his report card. Getting additional help and math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
Okay, and you said you monitored power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry, and so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit, and then he'd start getting better and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house. Yes. How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and it was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
Really embarrassing.
Explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that?
My son, he had 1 bedroom, and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving. And my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a 2nd bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore, so we were just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw a video. I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay? Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school, but that was the only one that he spent time with outside of school.
And how often would you say he came over?
Oh, he used to walk home with them every day from school. The summertime, he'd go on camping trips with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my 2nd son.
Okay, he was the 2nd son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a surprise to you and your son?
It was.
What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
Oh, they go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the BBs. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at his friend's house?
My son has never been to his house.
Okay, why is that?
Because he had not my son, his friend had OCD issues, and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone, and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
It's a family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital or if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way, at the bottom, I'm always worried about him and places he goes. So it was just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you is that something you frequently message your husband? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Mm-hmm, a lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I'd worry about him.
Okay. And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam, not cross, so these should be non-leading questions as well.
How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
Because
more horses.
My horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more my thing. With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into him. He had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew where he was at during the day. I can talk to him after school. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we've got to kind of figure it out. But
okay, that's true.
Yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Okay. Did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time at a diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk. We did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I mean, I felt as a family, the three of us were really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives and I apologize.
Is it spreading to
but you
her
are
neck spreading to her face?
Okay.
Damn.
So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom? What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom I would go through when I clean it. When I come across things, I look through it to see if it was something I needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. Well, any other things that were discipline issues?
No.
At school or at home?
No.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we've taken him away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay, so same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there, okay? I want to talk about mental health. Did you ever believe that your son needed mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, anything?
No, I mean, there was a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away, no.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, I mean, one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it and stressed. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because they do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at. But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him? Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick, if it was obviously, during COVID it was different because every little thing I freaked out about, so we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was gonna add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit, and actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If we had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger and had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we'd take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctor doesn't really see anything. We even got an x-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
I'm check his irrelevance when he's 5 or 6 years old.
I was asking, I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's gone on through the years.
Okay, and
okay, go ahead.
So then we found out that he needed glasses. So around 8 or 9, we got him glasses, and that didn't work. He got x-rays done for dental in middle school. We found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade. And once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
okay. Now with the braces, was that an easy process?
No.
Why not?
Because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He used the water pick we got him. He wouldn't brush properly. He would constantly get cavities in his braces, so we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And we're trying.
I'm sorry. Prior to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities?
Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but did the braces? Was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces, so he was getting them under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
Okay, so it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX, and I'm going to ask. I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, counsel's proposed a number of exhibits appear to be from Facebook, not from a subright extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they had the specific pictures I was using since October. The specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using. They never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
Okay, they don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they obviously will be treated differently.
Okay, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, if it's admitted, we'll put it on the screen.
Okay, and I did them just.
They have three copies of all this. Right? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them, so.
And I've actually had them redacted and then sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to bring the court what's been marked as B through. This is YY if it's admitted. B through YY. May I approach?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Now B is I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen. Because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So
I can get used to it.
Okay, so the first proposed exhibit is B. It's several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on. Because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like thumbnails. I'm not going to go through each thumbnail either.
I'm just wondering, where does the second one start?
It's C. Exhibit C. Exhibit C would be the next exhibit. Okay. Do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. What is in Exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay. And there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from they're from the whole period, correct?
What's the period?
Well, when did those start and go through?
I would say mainly 2020.
Dates on that copy? There's no dates on my copy.
I don't think there's any dates.
I can tell by the. Looks like from 2020 to 2021.
Now, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do.
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay. So I am not going to go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about generally if they just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object as to relevance. Again, it's from the time period that's relevant, I have no objection to these coming in. But even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
She says they start in 2020.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. Yeah, you'll have your turn. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor, the prosecution has made it sound like...
Okay, you specifically asked that you guys not talk at the same time.
Sorry, I did.
All right, so
B appears to be a thumbnail version of pictures. The rest of the exhibits are pictures with dates next to them.
Okay.
And that might be the best way to go through which ones are from the right date and which ones aren't.
Christy.
Okay, well, date-wise, this happened November 30th, 2021.
That's right.
And things have been put into evidence with regard to the defendant and the shooter as early as April of 2020. March. Okay, so.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe they've gone back longer in terms of some of the testimony that's come out.
Well, I guess I was going to say that. So I don't think that the pictures starting in 2020 are that remote. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything amongst those pictures that is particularly problematic. It's hard to look at them all, but the time frame in and of itself, I think, is appropriate.
Well, there are some, just so the court's aware, there's posts from 2017, 2019.
Those are in the following ones where I did picture by picture. So those will go through after this exhibit.
This exhibit B
is 2020 and 2021.
Okay, so just with regard to the time frame itself, I think the time frame is close enough in time. So I'm going to overrule an objection with regard to the mission of those pictures just based on the time frame.
All right.
But there's a lot of little pictures, so I don't know if any.
No, that's fine. We can go exhibit by exhibit.
I'm sorry?
I said we can go exhibit by exhibit.
Okay. The pictures in 2020, the pictures in Defendant's Exhibit B are small, so the exhibit contains a lot of little pictures, so I haven't looked at those. I assume the prosecution has, so I don't know if any of the pictures are objectionable with regard to the individual pictures. So,
just it's the relevant dates was the objection.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury is going to get these if they want to sit and look at all of them. Okay. I don't want to go through all of them. There ends up being pages and pages. What are all of these?
The ones that are on the screen right now is Christmas of 2020 with the 2 white dogs and us posing in front of the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures.
Okay.
We got a bathroom remodel, another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted?
Yes.
Okay. So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life? Over the last couple years, more.
it was hard getting a picture of my son as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, over between 2020 up until end of 21, there was a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C.
You want me to get this to her?
This goes back to 2019. I just put like 1 or 2 pictures from that year as Exhibit C. Well, C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what.
Okay, so C and D, you can identify this picture, correct?
Yes. What's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay, and what is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay, and then what about picture, let's see here, D?
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, so you're admitted?
Yeah, the rest of them.
The rest of them?
All of them?
Yep.
Okay,
Thanks, Judge.
thank you. Okay, so,
Okay, then you would be talking about E through, I don't know if it's just pictures, there's some others. This goes to tax X, so.
and I'm sorry, it should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
Okay, do you want me to give these to Paul?
Yes, and then we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits or just need
Yes, we just need the dates identified, that's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not going to hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, are they?
No.
Okay.
None.
Okay, so Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's going to have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are going to identify the dates for the record, though, okay? So going to exhibit, let's see here. This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay, now I'm going to go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay, I'm going to go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay, and it's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts, right?
I don't want to keep you checking, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is a direct example.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how much? Do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay. We're not going to go through all of them, though. No. Okay. So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of...
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
Okay. I'm going to go down to F. What's been admitted is F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay, and what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay. And let's go down to the next one, which is G. What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay. So these are just posts of events. Or things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like, or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one?
November.
I'm sorry, I'm on H.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his, the 9th grade Washington, D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm going to go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm going to go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay, so this is like a comparison before and after?
Yes.
All right. L, what's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
Okay, and there's a large black box out. What's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay. So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're going to go to M, and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28th, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
Because he's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time, and we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers. So said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes. In the genes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivial Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We played card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S, what's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S, do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there, on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos, or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
I was showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
That's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter,
he's meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
In the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah, he'd join us.
Okay, and then let's see here. We've got CC, date?
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay, is this at your house?
Yes.
DD, date?
July 11th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyant Trail, which runs through Oxford, and there was some weird big boy stuff going on, so we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay. Let's see here. EE. It looks like there's 2 posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay, what about the next photo from...
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay, and so you took, is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay. July 31st, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
We went to the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay, and where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay, we're not going to show them all though. Okay. All right, we're going to GG. What's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago of my son and his friend with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on, let's see here,
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school.
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
Me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. This is the only picture he would take with me so he could say hi to his coach Rope.
All right, what about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games.
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
Because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Okay. Typical teenagers. All right, MM, what's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh no, the friend, but never mind. Never mind.
Okay, NN, what's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in the front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date?
October 9th, 2021.
And what's shown in this picture?
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover?
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room and dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember. But I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back of a white van headed to Alabama. Because he's very sarcastic, and I found it funny, and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic more? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Explain the sarcasm.
I mean, that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay, when you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT, what is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, UU. Okay, what's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay, Thanksgiving, is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
So this would have been Thursday.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first, okay? And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is this post? What's the date on this one, VV?
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, and my son. And then it shows us playing dice.
Okay.
Or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay, and what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We were cutting our Christmas tree down.
Okay, and then ultimately we have XX. What date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay, so this would have been Saturday?
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay. Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay, so that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute, and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only going to have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one. Okay. Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, I want to go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably till about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center, just did normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No.
Was he spending time with family members, or was he in his room? What was he doing?
He was back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times it was just the three of us. It was usually out of state travel.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. I wake up about 4:00 and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshall's and Lapeer, and then sometimes I will hit the not Home Depot, the other home improvement store, Menards. I would hit Menards.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns.
Okay.
And then they came home from there.
Okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all of that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's
So I was irritated at that.
When they came home, did they show you the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay, let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay, who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable being in charge of that. It was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock?
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay. So were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No.
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
He did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Kel-Tec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in a safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe, so when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe. And then everything else, well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked it was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay. And how the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay. Did you have possession of the key?
No.
Okay. Where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay. Did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No.
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
No.
What about ammunition for the 9mm? Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
No.
Okay, so that day we saw, obviously, your Facebook post. You describe it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Okay. What was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay. And when it was hidden, was it locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay. And you again testified about the key being in a beer stein?
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock?
No.
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
It would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when you put it away?
No.
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting range with Ethan, correct? Or with your son, correct?
Correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car. And
What does that mean, got it ready for
took
you?
the cable lock off, I guess he put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car, and then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how it got there.
Okay. Did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No.
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carried it to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. The jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay. So while you're there, how interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know, shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple of times, and he did the rest.
Okay. And did you end up posting something about it being a Mother's-Son Day?
I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going?
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carry the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving?
Yeah.
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
Explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up to where the spare tire is. I put it under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't. That's his thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle, and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away, or if you didn't, just let me know.
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there any? Do you recall any issues with the weapon? Any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, when the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay. And on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers, even they brew beer at home, shouldn't be looking it up in school, and it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood. He went back to class. Just want to let you know. If you have any questions, please give us a call. Have a good holiday.
Okay. And on that date, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
It was pretty black and white. She said what happened. They seemed like they solved the problem, and I didn't have any questions.
Okay. So on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you? And I think we saw text messages. You said, next time, don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking at bullets in school, and then he went through a couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff, and he was worried about he was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time, don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone would always ask me the trouble I would get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker because I always got caught. Like all my friends could be doing the same thing and I'd be the one to get caught. So I was kind of referencing to that.
Okay. So you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail and that was that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced from earlier in the year, okay? So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160, okay? I'm going to pop them up on the screen and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155. Okay, I'm going to plug my... I'm sorry, it's not ready to plug it in. Okay, so I'm going to start with 155, okay? This was already admitted, so we're not going to belabor this, okay?
No, she doesn't have a picture of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily all those ones that come out.
Oh. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know. Okay? This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep all in capital letters all the time in class?
I can't remember what class the record was. So I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
So did anyone from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay, that was Exhibit 155. And would that show up on Power Schools, the emails between them?
No.
Okay, Exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
No.
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
No.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay. So this is something you were unaware of?
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
When we started getting discovery.
Okay, so in this case?
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021. This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. He may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No.
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
No.
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
No.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. We'll go in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94, and let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans, and you say, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was gonna have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the 17th,
correct.
Right? Okay, the 16th though, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up. Okay, 85. Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was gonna have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on people's proposed exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
I don't know if it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. I'm just gonna be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay, Do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole. No, I don't recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not at that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case.
Why didn't they stick out to you?
Because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You gotta explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home, and you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door, and you can kind of see him slam it, and him trying to say, "See, our house is haunted." So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like it wasn't. He got bored with messing around with the ghost. So.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house, and he thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria. So he was convinced there was another house ghost. So just kind of like an ongoing, like our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down and having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking, and I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And then he stopped, and I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
Just what I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then he got bored.
Okay. So on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse?
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling that had taken. Whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was a day-by-day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, now on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
Correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay, and I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet.
Okay.
And if he had his phone on him.
So you're texting...
I think, looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay, so in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. What did you mean by that?
I don't know, just if he walked home, I was worried if he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through, there's some kind of woodsy area to get to the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less, I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got an argument the night before.
So when you say I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message. Yeah. Why are you freaking out so much?
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, did something with work. I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody?
Okay. Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted. Okay. And you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, where are you? At 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home? Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread.
Okay.
Is it the beginning? So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text. And he said the weird stuff was going on in the house again. And that was that.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, I've been trying to text you, why don't you answer? And I told him,
said that or you said that?
He said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home, I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal, I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side and didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody had AT&T and Verizon, but there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Groveland area. So all those roads, once I pass the market, there's no signal until I got to a fire station. Then I have a signal, and then once I pass the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. When I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think, what is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March 20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, can you at least text back? You're asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet? And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I picked the clothes back up though. That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond. And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later. Do you recall getting these texts?
It's 2 days.
Messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall, though, getting these couple on the 20th about, I finished picking up the room, I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf. Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now, looking back on these days, are you thinking, oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
So there's 2 more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101, okay? So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This text message or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No.
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
No.
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no?
No.
Or laughed at him?
No.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Judge.
I'm sorry.
If you'd have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen, or in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. And it's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay, do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay, who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay, and you start off with my son is in bowling tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bowling tonight, off the top of my head, but they have partners on certain nights of the week, and so him and his friend were always partners, so I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay, and this is on one date, April 29th. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now, on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him. Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today, too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades, you mentioned this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and will talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social. Do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida. My mother-in-law had passed away, so we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April, taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything okay. He'd say fine, but I could just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal. But I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades.
Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too. I'm glad they're getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best. Don't worry about it. Next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work, and then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct?
Yeah, targets.
Okay, so did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase. And he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much, and he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were out of town. You had just been out of town, for
right? Yeah, and he just lost his grandmother, so that was sad too.
Okay. All right, and then there was one other conversation that you had with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from. Let's see here. Starts off on I'm going to go to Halloween. So 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans, and we were texting with his friend's parents about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween because they do that every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was taken away, essentially, to the hospital or the other school?
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay. Tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot. I would check in with him, make sure he's doing okay. That's when I started asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite him over.
Okay.
I was more on point of the fact that he was sad.
Okay. And even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his loss of his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm going to unplug this so that we can go back through go to questions that don't involve exhibits, okay? Okay. So we were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No, I was not.
Brian testified that he never met Ethan. Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple of times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about, and you reflect on all the, you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday. Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother's Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th. Okay?
Okay.
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay, and I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in Power School that he had an E in geometry. So we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up.
Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone, on speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay. What were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked Mr. Hopkins if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and it's like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him, so I decided to go to the school. On the way to the school, he finally called me back and he met me at the school, so we went together.
Okay, and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was going to get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was going to get suspended. I was expecting a disciplinary meeting.
Okay, how did you feel about what you saw on that paper?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay, and so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think the detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate, got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk working on something on his laptop. So when he walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, he introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell. He basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of a dog that we had. My mother-in-law lost his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We decided we agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like you were taking the position of, I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really. I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. So we all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school, so we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately, did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There is a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day, so I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit, which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever Googling, but do you recall ever searching that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it, no.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time. After his mother passed away, he was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to be? Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
Sometimes on accident. Sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were in the meeting, and they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And we left, and I went to work, and my husband did DoorDash. And
did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions, and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, do you need a break?
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. That's fine.
So, can you take it until about 5 after 3? Second?
All right, for the jury.
grab those from you? Is it okay if I grab the exhibits?
Sure.
Jennifer, I'm gonna grab these from you.
You can be seated. I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you have quite a bit more, and they've been here since 12:30. So we're going to take about 10-minute break to 5 after 3. Okay.
Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get ready to cross after direct. So, I mean, we'll do that right now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay, we're going to need some time, I think.
Okay, well, you have quite a bit of direct left, I think.
I have
quite a bit for your son.
I don't know how to.
I've gotten through 3/4 of it, so I'd say I have a quarter of it left.
Okay.
And a lot of it is probably going to go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves, and they've already admitted videos of all of it. So,
all right, so you can take them down, and can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long. If you let me know,
Sure.
When you're not talking about half an hour, or anything, right?
Not an hour, no, but
There's, we're trying to avoid standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break. But
No, I get it.
We'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot of things she testified about. I think that Mr. Keese wants to.
Right.
Well, I just
Your Honor, I moved fast with their exhibits. I
it's
kept
good,
going.
it's
I
good.
didn't take breaks in
It's
between.
Good. It's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Thank you.
All right.
Jennifer, they're gonna take you down.
What happened?
They're
No
gonna take you
problem.
down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay.
Taking a break?
They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. Okay. Don't talk to anybody about the testimony. I don't want to talk to anybody. Okay.
I'm about to take it back. Back for 20 minutes?
I don't want to even have the right. Okay.
Wow. This will happen right before they.
You do it now. There was testimony about that. I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, does jury need a break?
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate of.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're not. You're fine. That's fine.
So can you take it about 5 after 3? Second.
All right.
Just have 5 after 3. So it's short break. A minute short break.
The jury.
5 minutes.
Is it okay if I grab the exhibits?
Sure.
Jennifer, I'm gonna grab these from you.
Prosecutor wants more?
You can be seated. I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you have quite a bit more, and they've been here since 12:30. So we're going to take about 10-minute break to 5 after 3. Okay.
Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get ready to cross after direct. So, I mean, we'll do that right now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay, we're going to need some time, I think.
The team of 12 people. They got like 15 attorneys. They need more time?
Okay, well, you have quite a bit of direct left, I think.
I have
quite a bit for your son.
I don't know how to.
I've gotten through 3/4 of it, so I'd say I have a quarter of it left.
Okay.
And a lot of it is probably going to go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves, and they've already admitted videos of all of it. So.
Okay. All right, you can take them down, and can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long.
Luigi board? No.
When you're not talking about
Oh, I'm muting.
an hour and a half, right?
Not an hour, no, but
There's, we're trying to avoid having standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break. But
No, I get it.
We'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot
Nachos, I guess.
of things to testify about.
Cheese and
that Mr.
Tostitos.
Keith wants to-
right.
Well, I just
Your
wanted-
Honor, I moved fast with their exhibits. I
it's
kept
good,
going.
it's
I
good.
didn't take breaks in
It's
between.
Good. It's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Thank you.
All right.
Jennifer, they're gonna take you down. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. Okay. Don't talk to anybody about the testimony. I don't want to talk to anybody.
All right, so that's what's happening. They're taking, I guess, an extended break a little bit. Prosecution needs time to prep. I heard about that. They have to pull other exhibits due to what Jennifer testified. I wonder if the cross-examination, if they can finish today. But then, is there a rebuttal too? We still got 2 hours for today. That's true. Shannon did take a lot of breaks. That is true.
Art is in his jeans. In
Correct.
the jeans.
Correct.
Okay. And who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivial Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee.
Lauren, I missed your members chat earlier. Thank you for being a new member. Because I got too high one time and left my freezer open and thought I was gonna get the suds like SpongeBob did in the episode. Wow. Wow. Christy, thank you for the membership.
We play card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S. What's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S. Do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
No, actually, I got a phone call about it. The interruption with the call with the airplane. 2 people called me. I'm glad it was just a quick thing because I wouldn't have been here to fix it. Biden interrupted the stream apparently. So I guess they're showing pictures of her and the family. Ethan, school shooter. Oh, there it is.
Is your son?
It's really loud too, huh? Wow. That must have woke people up. Okay. So 10-minute break, or maybe longer, actually. Maybe 20, I don't know. Mr. Family Photo Hour. It reminded me of almost the, you know, that's interesting, the Boy in the Box trial, Faraday. Except with the Faradays, I don't think they were allowed to show pictures of them together, family pictures and stuff like that. All right. See what else is going on. I really wonder what the cross is going to be like. And now they're going to dig into her. Like, this is a big, big opportunity for them to be able to cross the defendant and crush him, seal it, seal the deal. It's going to be a strategic, precise. Oh, Nancy, there's an update with this girl, Nancy Naik or something. I covered this story.
California
Some
woman
of you guys might
went
remember.
missing on a yoga retreat in Central America. We have known that rather than staying to look for Nancy Ng in Guatemala, the retreat director and some others attending that event that day reportedly left the area early. Now there's talk of a bribe to police to make that happen.
No way.
This, as the lead searcher tells News Nation, the last known witness's public silence is still stymieing efforts to find this much-loved teacher and aide from California. For the last full day of the Be the Change yoga retreat in October, kayaking on Lake Atitlan.
When we first got the news that she was missing, we just had so many questions.
Nikki Ng, who grew up admiring her outgoing big sister, has this last known video of Nancy to cling to. She has little more.
Nancy's the first thing I think about in the morning, the last thing I think about before bed.
Nikki says the 29-year-old was thrilled to return to Guatemala for a second year for the peace of yoga and time away. A call October 19th brought utter panic.
What do you mean she disappeared? What happened? Did this other student see anything? Nancy can swim. How did this happen?
The Ng family springing to action, hiring a search and rescue company immediately. But the family says the retreat director and the woman who last saw Nancy kayaking didn't stay to help narrow down the search area in the vast lake. Instead, they left early.
I'll be quite blunt. A normal human being would stay and then.
So if you're confused, I kind of vaguely remember this story. We covered it on a live stream. Nancy and these other people, they went on some trip. I don't remember where. And they go out to there's like this big lake or something, and they go out kayaking. And the story supposedly is that Nancy went out on her own, I believe, and somebody saw her leaving. There's actually a video of it. And that in the middle of this lake, she encountered another person, I believe, that saw her. And that person said, Nancy wanted to go swimming. And the person says, well, you shouldn't go swimming. It's not a good time. The water or the weather or whatever. And she insisted. And she jumps inside, yoga trip, thank you, the water. Now, once she's in the water, the person said something like that. I think Nancy started like to struggle or something. And she went up to the boat, Nancy's kayak, to try to hold it in place. And that when she like turned around, and when she turned back, Nancy was gone. Guatemala. And so this person comes back to the group of people. This group of people leaves a whole 24 hours early. And then they go like radio silent for a long ass time. And then the one person finally speaks up through an attorney. And they haven't found that body. And I thought they said they thought that most of the lake has been searched. Now they're saying there's rumors that the police were bribed.
And go, I don't know where it was, but we went over there. Just that verbal response.
Black Wolf Helicopters' Chris Sharp is spearheading the search for Nancy. So frustrated by the female kayaker's silence, he named her weeks later in a press release.
It would have narrowed the area down, or at least we could have put the divers in, or the...
So last person to see her went radio silent. And I forgot how long later, it was weeks I think, speaks up with an attorney.
Dive boat could have gone around and say, right, come on.
Wouldn't even answer the family that was pleading, please tell us something, please give us an answer, like our daughter, sister, whatever, friend is dead. And this person had nothing to say.
Boat, what were you doing? Can you remember? And that was just narrowed a massive lake down to Olympic-sized swimming pools, fine.
Well, my client went looking for her.
Christina Blazik's attorney began
That's the attorney now.
talking to the media the day after the release, giving the family its first account of what happened. Blazik's attorney saying his client warned Nancy.
This is actually her. Which one is it?
For a swim, even wrangling her kayak.
That's her
when
right
she
there,
did
yeah.
So.
Tried to paddle to the area, right above the area where she thought that she was. She was screaming her name, trying to find out if she could help her. She quickly realized that missing is missing. She's underwater. There's nothing that my client could do except get to shore as quickly as possible.
But the family says they can find no record of Blazik ever talking to police before leaving the country. And after hiring a Guatemalan attorney, they now suspect why.
The investigation revealed that a bribe had occurred that allowed Christina's statement to be omitted and prevent her from being detained.
That is sus as hell. My eyes would be looking more at this Christina chick. Sus as hell. And you got to be a particularly kind of, just in my opinion, dirty person that you can't even tell the family, like, hey, this is what happened. I'm sorry. Here's my attorney. Just something. They were trying to reach out to this lady to stay shut for weeks.
Client has
or here's my attorney or something. Nothing.
Done everything she can to shed light on what happened and to cooperate and give whatever information that she has.
Without help from that witness, the family will return again to the volcanic lake, using a remote underwater vehicle to painstakingly search a grid in the water. An American nonprofit will bring a cadaver dog that's successful in detecting underwater human remains from a boat.
There's a lot of risk for us flying there. The divers are diving probably deeper than they should, but she's not helping.
My family were not in denial. Nancy's gone. And all we're looking for now is to understand what happened that day, right? How do we see closure?
Wow. So there's a little update to that story. It was a while since we covered that. I don't remember how long, a couple months at least, I think, since we covered that. And now there's a mini update with these rumors, which, almost doesn't surprise me sometimes in those countries, man. I mean, shit, even here, I guess, but more so over there. Shambot says, rumor is he's like, you're talking about the guy. He's like a shroom guide, I guess. And they were just freaked out because they had illegal things in their possession. Oh. If they were shrooming or tripping, they would act like this. Oh, Shaquilla Robinson. I never covered that story, but that was a crazy one too. I wonder, they never charged anybody on that, or did they end up charging the person involved in that? Canine can do detection 6 feet down. Strange. Yeah, that was a really weird story. That, I mean, I don't know. Could the account of that woman's story be true? Maybe. I just don't understand why it goes so long, or at least speak to an attorney. Like, why take weeks and the family is like reaching out and not say nothing? Nancy. No charges? Day one says, I want to be the shroom guy. I went to this farmer's market, I want to say like last year, a local one. There was all kinds of stuff there, but I ran into a shrooms guy. He actually sold like actual like shrooms, non-trippy shrooms, but he had all kinds of them. Actually, I'm not a mushroom person, but it looked kind of good, like chocolate stuff. The what's the other special one that they call truffles and all this truffle stuff. And then at one point at the end of the conversation, I was with a friend. I was getting ready to leave, and my friend's like, "Oh, do you sell shrooms?" He's like, "Oh yeah, man, yeah." So she took his number. Shroom guy. Yeah, there's a lot of these people that you think are your friend. You go out with them, maybe you take some substances or whatever, and the moment things go wrong, they don't know you anymore. They'll leave you for dead. They'll run, hightail it. They won't even give information to help you, your family and loved ones, if something were to happen to you. There's a lot of people like that. Truffle butter. Butter. Mushrooms are yuck, all kinds. Yeah, I've never been a mushroom person. Hey, what are you doing to my shoe? Who trying to get up in my shoe? Well, hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, they can get this thing moving. It's kind of wishful. It'd be nice if they were done tomorrow, but I don't know how many witnesses the defense has. It would be kind of cool. Probably not. Probably like Monday or something. Definitely next week. It should be done. They're taking a lot of pauses, but that's true. The farm market was pretty cool. It's nice to go there. It's hot as hell though. I should go on a cool day. You find all kinds of stuff there. They got plants there too. Plants, and they have little natural grocery stores there, little whatever. Restaurants. They have like little outdoor big grills and cooking all kinds of stuff. All kinds of different drinks and stuff you get there too. Let's go back to the trial. We're here. We're waiting. They're not back yet. Trial has to come back to us. You think 30-minute for deliberations? The $5 white blotter was better than the shroom. Court in March for the father, right? Oops. Who's that? Are you going to Crime Fest NWA? I don't know what that is. Crime Fest. Let's see. I never heard of that before. True Crime Fest hosts nationally renowned true crime authors, podcasters. Fayetteville Town Center. August? Is that the thing? Website looks like it's set up to, I don't know, lure somebody in and sell their kidneys. Is this the real website? Oh, there's another website. There's multiple websites. I don't know which is which. They're like a scheme or something. Pan-seared chicken with creamy white wine mushroom sauce. Ooh. I love asparagus and I love broccoli. That girl said they said she can swim. A VIP crime. I'm not going to CrimeCon this year. It's like CrimeCon, or? Both. I mean, CrimeCon was a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself. Met a lot of people. It was it was really, really nice meeting people in person. Let's see. What else do we got? Oh, I was working on a thing that I thought might be funny, but I don't know. I think I should surprise people though. I'm not going to show you guys. I think when the moment's right, I have this. I'm gonna have to set it up after we're off stream. Set it up. All right. Entire progress. Sorry. Oh, let's check my emails. What y'all think? She guilty or innocent? They might be coming for you guys next. I want to see anything else going on too with the Kansas City boys.
Many medical problems. He was limping.
3-year-old stuck after crawling into claw machine. How the hell does that happen? Like a little box thing or something?
A little boy who managed to crawl inside a toy machine had to be rescued by police. It happened in Australia. The 3-year-old must have caught on to the fact that these claw-type games almost never catch the fluffy prize. So he went inside to fetch one himself, but then got stuck.
Hey, Ethan, go to that back.
So you mean to say the parents let him inside? Okay, that's all you need to say. They put him in there.
Claw-type games almost never catch the fluffy prize. So he went inside to fetch one himself, but then got stuck.
Hey, Ethan, go to that back corner. Go over to that corner over there.
Who the hell would do that?
Go to mum. Just cover his eyes.
Ethan's dad directed his son to the back corner and then to cover his eyes.
They should charge him for the machine.
That's when police broke the glass to the machine, and the boy was able to be rescued.
There you go.
Look at this shit. Only in another reality do people clap and applaud you for sticking your child inside of a toy machine, and the cops come and everybody's smiling. What is it, Bizarro World? Oh, no, it's Australia. No wonder. Only in another altered dimension is this like cheered on. I mean, they're cheering because their kid's out, but like, I don't know, the dad. I just like, what is this? A ploy for publicity or an ad or something? Who does that? Yay! I would have got my ass beat. My mother would probably beat my ass right now at this age, sticking my kid inside of a machine like that.
Which one do you want?
Hopefully
you pick a toy now. Do it again.
The biggest one. This is Inside Edition.
What in the hazy is going on? We went from, yesterday they were giving a tutorial on how to get hit by a car and roll with it. They're giving a tutorial. I was like, what? All right. Oh, you got that dad got Munchausen syndrome or something. Well, looking for attention and shit. By proxy. All right, let's see what else we got. What is going on with... All right, cut it. What's going on with Gypsy? I'll be right back. Hold on. All right. Gypsy says she still thinks about her mama. Why Gypsy Rose, your haircut feels so personal after prison.
The story of Gypsy Rose Blanchard continues to rivet America.
People immediately know the Gypsy Rose Blanchard story, and they have an opinion about whether she is a victim or whether she's a perpetrator.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard spent 8 years behind bars for her role.
Yeah, I don't believe that. That happens with kids. They just crawl in that machine. Nah, I have a hard time believing that. I'm sorry.
In the murder of her mother. She was released last month to a whirlwind of national attention. Now in a 2-hour 2020 special airing tonight, Gypsy Rose is talking to ABC's Deborah Roberts.
Do you miss your mom, Dee Dee?
Yeah, I miss my mom.
What?
I still think about my mom from time to time. After all, she still was my mother.
People are so fascinated by this story.
This is a story of betrayal, of deception, of murder.
Does she regret her involvement in her murder?
She doesn't paint herself as just this victim who has no responsibility. She owns it. She owns the fact that she did something that was heinous.
Gypsy was the victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Her mother faked Gypsy Rose's illness in order to gain sympathy and raise cash donations.
She was told she had leukemia. She visited more than 100 doctors. She had multiple surgeries. She had some of her teeth removed. Her life was really pretty hellacious.
Gypsy Rose also got married while she was in prison to school teacher Ryan Anderson.
People seem to be very protective of Gypsy. A lot of people are expressing suspicion about you.
That's understandable. I understand that. People can be protective all they want, but I'm the most protective.
Oh, shoot. Oh, whoa. They can be protected all they want, but I got hurt. I'm at the house. Y'all need to back off. I'm the most protective. Boy, got swag. Boy, swagger. I ain't gonna mess with me. So how many lunches they took today again? How many breaks? Gypsy got a new hairstyle. Whoa. Share selfie of her dramatic haircut. Let me see. Did she do a buzz cut? Did she cut it off or what'd she do? Cuts off 8 inches of her hair to look like her mother. Oh, no, for donation. And shares a selfie of her new look. Let's take a look. Oh, it's not. It's to the shoulder. It's not bad. That's a good cause, too, to donate the hair.
Hey, y'all. So as many of you probably already saw, last night I cut my hair. So what I've been wanting to do for a very long time is to donate my hair to a charity that makes wigs for people that have hair loss or that are going through cancer. So I chose The Great Cut. It's one of several organizations that make wigs for people with hair loss. So I've got my little baggie with my hair. I cut 8 inches off. It's very, very simple, and you got your QR code.
Oh man, I keep hearing most that you know who I'm gonna need you to react to, Michael Bartman from The Curious Case of Natalie Grace, as well as Natalie's Crying. Where can we? That's the documentary, right? I keep hearing about that. I heard it's wild. Really, really wild. Really wild. Oh, thank you. Whoa, Amy. Dang. Thank you, Amy, so much. 10 memberships. We got to do member videos. I got to pick it back up. I actually have 3 topics already ready to go. That I'll do memberships videos on. That story's crazy, right? That Natalie story? Or is it Natalie or Natalia? Let's see. I lost it. There we go. Oh, it's Natalia. I kept saying Natalie. Okay. Yeah, I heard that story is crazy. Thank you so much, Amy. Yeah, make sure you guys, while you have the membership, go check. It's on my front page. You gotta go. I wonder if it shows up on mobile. I know on the computer I always show it. Most people are on a mobile device, but if you're, I know you scroll down, there's the members area down here. Or where is it at? Right there. Members videos. Last time was 2 weeks, so we're a little due for another one. I want to get like maybe 2 done soon. Let me see if it shows up on mobile. I've been wanting to know because mobile is a little bit different. Type mail. And again, if you're a new member, go check out the LSD video, the story, the crazy time. There's a few other crazy stories in there. Mixed. Let me see. Click mail. Scroll down. Videos, shorts. Oh, it is. Oh, wait. Is it? Yeah, it is there. You got to scroll all the way down, though. You'll find it. And there's like this huge playlist. We're going to add some more. Thank you, Amy. Ooh, Debbie. Gypsy came out on top, living the life, while the other guy rots in hell. The guy that stabbed Mama. It's pay to watch on Amazon Max. What is Amazon Max? That's a new thing? Introducing Amazon Max. You have to pay $3 extra. Amazon Max. Natalia Grace is a crazy wild. Doc is crazy wild. Jojo Maxine, thank you for the membership. A menu. What did I say? I'm reading her. I meant to say amazing. I'm saying a menu. I'm reading a Shambot's message. Well, why is it taking so long? I don't know. Are they arguing? Or are they just going over exhibits? They haven't started with the cross yet with the mother. The defense said that she has a quarter left to be done. So I'm hoping it doesn't take too long. Maybe hoping by 4 o'clock they start with the redirect. I don't know if they're going to finish today. But I knew this is probably going to be the biggest witness. Oh, is that Cinemax? Skinemax? And if you guys aren't, you should check out Discord. Some people don't like it. It's not for everybody. Some people love it. Some people don't. It's a little community that we have. So whenever, let me see if I can show you a little bit. It's a community we have online. So when I'm not streaming or whatever, you can always come on Discord and hang out. There's the public. It's 18 plus too. It gives you some type of notification. But yeah, we got the public chat. People hang out. People join. If you miss notifications, sometimes there's a notification area. The only thing I noticed in notifications on Discord, it's still 8 sometimes. They got the notification area. There's like a pets area too. People post their pets and stuff. Thank you, BL. Pets and stuff. These are the dogs right here. There's like a food place where people put their recipes. There's cases in there. There's all kinds of stuff in there. All right. And if you start coming in there, starting trouble, you will be banned. Perma banned. IP banned. And it's free. I need a tutor for Discord. Discord is like this chat on steroids. All right, let me see what else. I was gonna watch this.
I think we
Trying to claim the videos. Let me open it up here. Oh, there was some stuff I wanted to.
A new warning this morning
Let's take
after
a
a
look.
woman was followed home and attacked near downtown La Puente.
Wow, holy shit.
This is so
my
scary.
God.
So this is home surveillance video. So she doesn't want to identify herself. Obviously, this was
Wow.
traumatizing. She says that man followed her for blocks, yelled at her, and then got physical and attacked
Oh,
her this
spit on
morning.
her.
The
Oh my
man is
God.
still on the loose. If you do recognize him, you're asked to
Wow, and it was just completely random. Sometimes there's people on something on the street. There was something random like that.
call the followed home and attacked near downtown La Puente.
Yeah, she was.
This is so
yeah,
scary.
scared as
So
hell,
this
yeah.
is home surveillance video. So she doesn't
Just coming up with his fist too.
want to identify herself. Obviously, this was traumatizing. She says that man followed her for blocks, yelled at her, and then got physical and attacked her this morning. The man is still on the loose.
Wow.
If you do recognize him, you're asked to call the
Let me clip that. Or I don't know, Luffy's still in the chat. I don't know if Luffy's still around. I don't see. Luffy, if you're in the chat, can you clip just that moment there? And we'll so I can post it on Twitter to put a little PSA out to the Cali people. And I want to screenshot his face too.
LA County Sheriff's Department. But again, recognize him, you're asked to call the
We got to take a little snap screenshot.
recognize him, you're asked to call
Man, look
the
at
LA
that
County
face.
Sheriff's Department. But again, this happened in La Puente.
Wow. Okay, we'll put a little thing out for the Cali people. Maybe somebody knows that guy.
Good morning.
There was some others. There was two other little things. Let's see. Oh, so tell me what you got. What would you guys do in this situation? Let's see. I saw this morning. One of the first things I saw this morning. It's titled "What Would You Do?"
Hey, somebody please hit me! Hey! Please! Please, please, please! Please! Hurry up, hurry up! Damn, he's in my car! Fuck!
Would you open the door?
Somebody please hurry up! Oh my god! Fuck! He's in my car! Please! Somebody! He's coming, bro! What do you need? So I just need help. What do you need? Somebody, I was over here, some of the dudes just came in, beat my ass. Please, please, he's getting in my car. I'm on a meeting, you gotta hold on. He's right there. Fuck. Please help me. Just let me in. Hey.
Hooks and laugh.
Come on, please.
Crazy.
Let me in the back, bro. Hey.
Oh, this is wild. I would just call the cops. I wouldn't let him in. I'd be watching through the camera. I'd call the cops, but yeah, I wouldn't let him. There's just so much crap going on nowadays, man. It's just, especially with a kid in the house, you know. I wonder if something was really happening to him. Was it a setup, or was he on something? Tripping? Oh, I should have read the comments out. Sometimes I meant to take a look at what the comments were saying. Finally, these people are back. Uploading part 2. Reacting part 1 and part 2 of this video. Active shooter? Oh no. Cobb County High School? Let's take a look. Cobb County High School. Let me take a look at the broadcasting too. Oh, new video shows moments, shots fired in parking lot of Aaron High School in Cobb County, leaving 2 injured. Is it already over? We're responding to Etran High School to assist campus police. There is a shelter in place and all traffic on New McLean Road has been diverted. Media staging. Okay. 2 shot at Etran High School, Cobb County. Oh wait, I thought I saw something. Hold on. Oh nice. They got an update coming on. Let me send this. Maybe I can just stream this, the update on the second channel. 8:36 p.m. They're about to go live. Boom, boom, boom. Are they finally back? Luffy. Oh yeah, Luffy. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna do that PSA. PSA. I want to pull up this. They might be doing a press conference in a bit. Thank you, sir. What are they doing? Let's see. Oh, the volume's low. Oh, is that them setting up? Yeah, they're getting ready to go live. If they don't start the trial thing yet, I'll play it live when it starts. My hometown parents almost left kid because they didn't know. Damn. Well, how? So that's what I'm saying. I guess the parents weren't just even watching the kid. Parents almost left the kid because they didn't know. Sibling cried. Family found her. Search. Wow. What a minute. I guess it happens. I guess it happens. Okay. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, they had a little Biden moment, airplane moment.
starts right now.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Whitler. Here's the latest from the Fox 5 newsroom. What started as a response to gunfire at a home in College Park has now turned into a possible human trafficking investigation with 19 people in police custody. The call came in around 8 o'clock this morning about a home off Orley Terrace. Here's Fox 5's Brittany Edney with what investigators are saying.
Police say they are providing a comprehensive investigation into all the happenings here at this home off Orley Terrace. If you take a look behind me, you can see police have this street sectioned off with a large police presence still out here as they have been for the past few hours. Investigators say a majority of the 19 people detained are women, ranging in age from 16 to possibly 40 years old. I'm told police recently obtained a search warrant and are going through the home. This all started when police got a call about gunfire. When they got here, officers saw and heard the shots going off in the backyard. Investigators say that.
Wait, they just cut it off. Damn, they're having like a glitch in the Matrix. What happened? They just cut off the stream. Who's over there running the system? All right, let's try to find somewhere else. There's nowhere else live. Dang. All right. Bruh, for a second I thought they said the school was linked to that. I was about to say. Man, so I guess another long break. I think they're coming back, but all right. Well, I'm ready to go. If they do a press conference, I'm ready to go. All right, let's fix this. Let's do this thing too. Let me see here. Boom. Oh, you guys are gonna hear something.
For blocks.
Perfect, Luffy. Just made a little bit of audio adjustment. And I'm going to do some pretty cool cropping to maximize the screen. And then we're going to post this on Twitter. And I hope the Cali people catch his ass. Bring his ass in. Like they did the Night Stalker. Was the Night Stalker in Cali? I think it was. They didn't catch that boy in the streets, that serial killer, and they ranked his ass in and beat his ass on the streets and shit until the cops got there. Not that I'm calling for violence. I just say I hope they catch his ass. Hello? Yes. Alive? Wow, amazing. with a 30-year-old offender? Oh, hell no. Nah. Twitter? Okay, thanks. Bye. Hell nah. A lot of people have been asking me to... Wait, what did you just send me? Oh, maybe she's going to send it in a second. Wait a second. You guys know that girl Ella something that's been missing? A few people asked me to cover that story. Well, guess what? Hell to the now. Washington teen found with a 30-year-old man. Oh no! Allegedly the guy's an S offender. Oh no. It reminds me of the other girl. Hello? Oh, gotcha. I figured. Thank you. Okay, no problem. Bye. Oh, hell nah. These kids getting mixed up. God forbid you reprimand them, they lock you up. Hell no. Ella Jones, 14-year-old girl who had been missing for more than 3 weeks, leaving her home in Mount Vernon, found safe. Early in the search, Ella asked for the public's help. Her mother, right? Early in the search, her mother asked for help. Telling authorities she may have left to meet a man she had been communicating with online. Damn. I bet you he looked crazy too. Who's the other girl I'm thinking about? That girl that was missing for a long time, and it turned out with some weird guy, some weirdo F. I think he was arrested recently too. I know someone in the chat knows the name. I can't remember the girl. We covered her before too. Shoot, I can't remember the name. I'm sure someone remember. She just turned up recently because what happened was she was with some guy and she wanted to get a driver's license now because she was old enough now, but she couldn't get it because she was on the missing person list or whatever. And so she was like, hey, hi, I know I've been missing, but I'm not. Can you take me off the list so I can get a driver's license? Hell no. Okay, so after learning that Ella may have potentially used a rideshare service, in addition to the knowledge of that Mount Vernon has limited rideshare options, investigators were able to identify Keith, who ordered a rideshare for her and his address in South Haven, Michigan. Based on the evidence collected that the teenager traveled across multiple states, police developed probable cause for second degree taken against her will. Detectives then partnered with Van Buren County Sheriff's Office in Michigan to investigate further. Wow. Oh no, the 30-year-old was also located and taken into custody and is now facing charges for first degree criminal conduct, sex, the S offender, failure to comply with Registration Act, and children. Wow. Boy. Well, I'm glad she's alive. Glad she's safe, I guess, But Lord Almighty, I can't. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Alicia Navarro, another one. Oh yeah, a couple of you guys. Jeannie, Karina, Bieber, Mayhart. Okay, it's V Shambot. Oh, let me do something too. Yeah, remember that. I remember that email. She's back. Keith is a creep. Man. Oh, let's work on his pose now.
All right for the jury.
What about? This little PSA out.
Okay. All right, you ready? Yep. Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right? Yep. We saw the exhibit of you walking back in. Correct. Okay, we heard Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything in common. Her child was real young. I had a teenager.
Okay. All right, I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that, okay? And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it. It's a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to the school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got on 75 from Square Lake there. And it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. Tractors backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, "You can talk to us." Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We love him.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get I love yous back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying I love you was abnormal for him.
Okay, did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back I love you too. I don't remember. I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School. I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me and he asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said that the gun is missing. So instantly, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself, because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was going to kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing, so you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house, and he said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically. The substation.
Right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James. Okay, what was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, "Oh no, we're going down there." I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the subs. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode. Like, what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like, we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation. Yes. I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what did you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is a direct examination.
I'm asking a question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And
doing
the whole jury can hear you constantly saying object.
What were you doing on your phone?
I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the massive amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but just try and keep your voices down, please. I didn't think the word object. Okay.
Okay.
We're not saying object. Okay. Well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Okay.
What in the heck? Did you hear voices?
This is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads so my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted.
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone, my contacts are in my cell phone, everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers, I have an emergency going on, and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay, there was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
How many?
Okay, so there was evidence, you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
We were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone because I had my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
The 30th. Okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go anytime that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits, and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account, so we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. On December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer, or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay, why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel, not any other reason why.
Okay, so how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay, and then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No, I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged, maybe my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay, so we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills?
Correct.
Okay, tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to the art studio in Detroit, and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get our normal cell phones. They couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because of the two-factor authentication. So I was sending a text message to my old phone number that I didn't have. So I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it. So we had to get our cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I was trying. Well, I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that 2-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay. Then what?
That's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they tested. Okay. All right, so then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches, he wanted to show us art studio. He's just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is like left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together to
Correct.
Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay, so tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay. So then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building. And then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day. And so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced. So he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time.
How were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
Just freaked out. I've never been charged anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay, of this magnitude?
Correct.
All right. So so you know you're charged, or you know that they want you. What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney.
Me.
You. And I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in.
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
The next day, so it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A? The prosecution has received it. Okay.
No objection.
Do you object to submission?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary, your trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay. So when you're on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, there's a Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4, 12/5. So I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay. What is Priceline?
It's an app where you can get last minute hotel deals.
Do you agree these are your searches?
Yeah, I'm always on Priceline.
Okay. Ultimately, on the night of the 3rd, were you aware on Friday afternoon if you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness?
I was not aware that we could go into court that afternoon. I was just waiting on direction from you to what we're going to do the following day and turning ourselves in.
All right. So the prosecution showed lots of pictures of the art studio. We agree. That's what it looks like, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you guys sleep on that mattress that night?
Yeah, we did. It was actually in the hallway, a common hallway the business shared, and we pulled it into the art studio and slept on it that night.
Okay. Did you? The prosecution showed receipts and supplies that were bought, things like that. Who went to the store and did that?
My friend went to the store. We gave him a list, and he picked up things for us.
Okay, why didn't you go to the police department? This is so distracting. I'm having a really hard time. I can move maybe and ask.
Okay, try not to talk.
Oh, she's talking about the attorneys?
Okay. So who bought those supplies?
My friend did.
Okay, why didn't you and James just go on your own to the police department and turn yourselves in?
Because we didn't feel it'd be safe.
Okay, why is that?
Just the fact that the entire community and Michigan knew that we were expected to turn ourselves in at the police department, so they would know where to go.
Okay. And so that night, what did you and James sleep there?
We did.
What time did you go to bed? What happened? Just really quickly.
I want to say it was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock, and we finally went to bed. We both, I'm prescribed Xanax for anxiety, and we each took 4 because we knew we were going to be turning ourselves in the next day, and we hadn't slept in 4 days, and we just wanted to sleep.
Okay, so you each took 4.
We did.
Okay, and so the next thing, the next piece of evidence we saw was them coming into that art studio. Do you recall that?
I recall my husband screaming, and there was people with guns again in our face, officers.
What were you doing prior to hearing your husband screaming?
We were sleeping.
Okay. Were you aware there was anything going on?
No, I was not.
Okay. We saw the video, so we don't need to go through all of that. And the prosecution admitted, I'm going to put it up on the screen, People's Exhibit 150, and I just want to verify with you. I'm sorry, can you turn it on, Ashley?
How about them pose? Did they say what strength?
Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's an alarm I set for the next morning.
For Saturday morning?
For Saturday morning, correct.
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:45? Is there 2 alarms or 1?
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were going to wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was going to be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were going to be arraigned.
Okay. Now, there was evidence. Oh, whoops. There was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were your purse and personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have all pretty much all my money in it to grab those the next day, or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there on the weekend, so I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
In some of the messages the prosecution admitted, you say that you failed as a parent. Are you a failure as a parent?
I don't think I'm a failure as a parent, but at that time, I guess I felt bad that Ethan was sad at those things, and I guess I don't know, I just felt like I failed somewhere. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just that point in time, I just kind of felt like somewhere I failed.
Do you believe there was anything, do you believe that you knew or had reason to know your son was a danger to anyone else?
No. As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else. That's what blew my mind. That was the hardest thing I had to stomach, is that my child harmed and killed other people.
Do you believe there were things you were thinking at the time, I should do this, but I'm not doing it? Do you look back and think that?
No, I don't. I mean, of course I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
If you could change what happened, would you?
Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Over the last 26 months, has this been stressful for you?
It's been very stressful. Yes.
Have you had a range of emotions?
I've had a lot of emotions.
Do you believe you are the victim here?
I don't want to say that I'm a victim, because I do not want to disrespect those families that truly are the victims on this. But we did lose a lot.
Okay. You've lost everything.
We did.
Cross, baby, let's get it.
I'm going to have you come back tomorrow.
Another break?
8:30 in the morning. All right. I'm almost looking for the neutral break.
Judge, come on, Judge.
During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any
Judge, you
reports
tripping.
about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, do not go on Facebook, do not do research, do not discuss the case with anyone, do not watch the news, do not read a newspaper. You guys have been really great, and we appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so we come back tomorrow.
I will let the jury go right now so that I can ask if there's anything. Do you consider? Is it okay if she comes out? Yeah, she can step down. You can be seated. You're going to do a cross tomorrow morning. And then do you know what you're going to do next?
I don't. Your Honor, my client and I have a number of witnesses on our list.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, I'm going to go to meet with her.
Okay.
Or I have arrangements to meet with her.
Okay.
I have opinions about what we should do. I know that our opinions have not matched. And so we need to have some discussions.
Okay.
I just don't know who I'm going to be calling based on that. But the prosecution has my list.
Okay.
It's the same as it's been. Nothing's changed.
Okay.
I actually have 2 names I can give them that I know I'm not going to call.
Okay.
Judge, shortly before trial, the people filed a notice intended to admit something should the defense counsel assert a privilege that privilege being attorney-client communication. Questions asked of the defendant cause a revisiting of that ruling.
Okay, meaning what?
Meaning that there was a thumbnail photograph recovered off of the defendant's phone from a time period where the police were on scene at 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. The defendant has testified that she was waiting to hear for instructions from Ms. Smith. She can't testify to any communication between herself and her attorney without waiving the privilege. That privilege has been waived. We should be now entitled to explore what that text message was. The timing of it was very important, especially considering the timing of the 911 call in Detroit, as well as the timing of the fugitive team's arrival in Detroit, and the timing of the arrest of the defendants.
Are you talking about the text that I already saw?
Yes, Judge.
The 2-word text?
Now, but the issue is, when it was seen, it was immediately closed because it was recognized as potential.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I'm asking you to be more specific without being more specific.
Well, there were 3 texts, not 2 words.
Okay. No, is that what I saw already?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess a few things come to mind. When I received that, we had a previous motion about this. It's unclear to me whose phone that was. That's just one thing among many other issues.
Right. We can't explore it if it's a potential attorney-client communication. So it was never investigated. That's why we brought it to the court's attention and counsel's attention immediately.
Your Honor,
and that's after consultation actually with the Michigan State Bar Ethics Hotline.
Well, one of the reasons I asked you that is because I know there were 4 phones from there, and 2 of the phones didn't have specific numbers. I don't know if that came from one of the phones that specifically belonged to one of the defendants.
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, when I was questioning my client, I was asking her what her plan was, what she was planning to do. She said what she was planning to do. I didn't expect she was going to say anything about me. I thought she was just going to say we were waiting for information, we were waiting to turn ourselves in, waiting for directions, and we had a backup plan. We'll go to court on Novi in the morning. I don't believe she's opened attorney-client privilege as to this topic. And to be honest, I don't even know what they would have.
This hasn't been an issue since the beginning of the case.
It's not just the privilege, it's also to impeach what we believe to be false testimony. That's important in cross-examination.
Your Honor, the prosecution has tried to make me a witness, but I've made arrangements often with law enforcement and prosecution teams to turn my client in.
Okay,
I have never seen.
The police are not required to wait.
I'm not saying that, but what the police did is they tried to make me a witness. They made police reports with my text messages and tried to turn me into a witness when it's typical for
I think you're giving them too much credit.
Well, for when it's I texted Karen McDonald and said I was representing the Crumbleys.
Okay, but
on Friday morning, she would not get back to me.
She doesn't have to get back
I know
to
she
you.
doesn't.
And the police do not have to ask you for permission to arrest your client.
I completely agree. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that I was waiting for Miss McDonald to work with me to turn her in because she texted me the night before we'd work it out.
Fugitive surrender. We actually had evidence of that.
Sergeant
Hendrick as well as Lieutenant Willett.
I thought we had professional courtesy going, that we were working together, and then she wouldn't call me back all day. And I said, okay, then we have to go turn you in. I want to turn her into a court. So we went to the Novi. We were going to the Novi court at 8:30 because they do weekend arraignments.
Okay, I've heard all of this before, but the thing is, you cannot testify to this.
I understand, but I'm saying that the prosecution is trying to make me a witness by having them put police reports together.
That's why we had the waiver.
This came up from the beginning of the case. There was concern about that.
I agree with you, and I thought the concern was over because they dropped it. And I
had to bring it up yesterday.
No, they didn't drop it. It's just been dealt with in waivers and motions and things like that. So, if your client raises something, I guess I'd want you to specify whether it's in a filing exactly what you're saying or exactly what you want to admit, because I think that we're, treading on difficult ground that we've been treading on since the case started.
We signed a waiver specifically for this. It was
Not for
March
this.
of 2022 that paragraph 13 of that waiver, the defendant will not be able to use, and actually the court on the record said, Ms. Smith, you understand that flight is issue, and an issue in this case, the court remembers, but it was early on in this case.
Your Honor,
so I had the waiver.
Okay, you can't interrupt each other. You can't interrupt each other. So I guess tell me what you are specifically requesting.
So
because
we need
the chronology, because she says she was asleep when the police are hitting the door or whatever it is.
Yes, it goes into all of that. It goes into all of that. So there's this was a thumbnail of a text message that we immediately, the individual at the prosecutor's office who saw it, immediately closed it because he recognized a potential attorney-client material. Before he did, he noticed the timestamp on that. The timestamp is exactly, I think it's actually 2 minutes off of a timestamp from a text message between Ms. Smith and Sergeant Hendrick, where Ms. Smith indicated she cannot get a hold of her client. Now, I want to cross-examine Jennifer Crumbley specifically about that because she put that an issue in front of the jury.
Okay, specifically about whether or not she was in contact with her lawyer. Can you just have a minute?
Yeah, bring in Shannon Smith as a witness. How dope would that be? No,
I guess one of the problems is
man, she gets pulled in.
You can't use your shield as a sword. That's a problem.
Your Honor, I'm suggesting that if my client opened the door to that in any way, that you instruct the jury they're not to consider it and strike that testimony. We did not intend to open that door. I don't even remember, and I don't even know what that text message is. I saw that. I obviously responded to their filings. I have no memory of that text or this timing. So,
okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm just saying that I would just say that this should just be instructed to be inadmissible and tell the jury to absolutely ignore any testimony about any communications with the attorney.
The waiver, the defendant signed the waiver. Defense counsel signed the waiver. It's, again, sword and shield, Judge. This is exactly what counsel is doing. And we can have someone from computer crimes extract any conversations, communications between the defendant and her attorney. The court can review it in camera.
I think that you're specifically trying to impeach her statement that I did not talk to my lawyer that night. I'm trying to remember the exact statement.
Well, the timing of when she was awake, when she sent the message, the fact that she indicated she was asleep, the method in which she indicated how she fell asleep, and with the assistance of 4 Xanax. It's important to explore those particular details, Judge. The timing is crucial.
Okay, well, I might allow you to ask the question. You said you were asleep at 11 o'clock because you took 4 Xanax. I might allow you to ask, isn't it true that you texted your attorney at 11:03 or whatever it is? I might let you ask that. But the thought that you want me to do an in-camera review of every communication between Mrs. Crumbley and an attorney that could potentially breach the attorney-client privilege,
I'd be satisfied with just that timing, that message, Judge.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to invite you. I feel like every night you're getting a homework assignment. Of course, I have my own homework assignments. But if you would like to send me a case, do a short memo, anything like that you'd like me to read at 4 o'clock in the morning when I should be sleeping.
Yes. The issue is that Jennifer Crumbley testified that she did what she did because her lawyer told her to. That's the crux of it. And there's evidence to the contrary. And I want that evidence to be admitted.
Okay, are you specifically, okay, those are 2 different things though. Are you specifically talking about the text that we dealt with last week? Or are you talking about other communication that was dealt with previously?
I think last week is the one we're referring to, Judge. That's
okay.
the motion that was filed.
Okay.
There's also text messages from Ms. Smith to an officer. There's no privilege there.
There's no privilege.
Correct. So that's naturally going to be part of cross-examination.
Okay.
But specifically right now, I want the court to review that, and we're asking permission to cross-examine the next judge.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to have someone from my staff go back and see what the specific statement was about that. That's for starters. And additionally, if you would like to give me any law on the issue, I don't know if there's any law beyond what we briefed last week, but
Well, that's why the waiver.
yeah, the waiver. Well, I might be inclined to ask her, to let you ask, isn't it true that, did you testify that you were sleeping at 11:03? Yes. Isn't it true that you texted your lawyer at that time? I may allow you to do that. Anything else? I'm going to have someone from my staff review the record and determine exactly what was said. I think that's important.
It was in March of 2022 on the hearing.
True, DD. You don't push that on her,
I mean,
please.
the waiver, it is. And the initial
Oh,
waiver.
I'm sure I have the waiver. Yeah, I have all those waivers. I'm familiar with the waiver, but what to review the record to see exactly what Ms. Crumbley said that a quote from her. Okay. I'm trying to be careful. Anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thank you. I will email the prosecution tonight who I plan to call.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
Damn. So did Jennifer blow it? Oh no. How gangster would it be if they forced Shannon Smith on the stand? I guess they wouldn't do that, but that'd be so dope. As far as the Xanax, yeah, that's why I asked. I don't know what strength, because yeah, there could be 0.25, and so taking 4, like somebody said in the comments, wouldn't be crazy for somebody to use it all the time. Now, if it's 4.2 milligrams, that's wild. That's wild. Or it could be the 0.5, you know. Number 1. Number 1 would be great. All right, so tomorrow morning we'll be back, and I think tomorrow is going to be spicy, caliente. But I have a feeling that they're going to have to argue in the morning. I think in the morning is going to be some more arguing, some more complaining. Shannon, all she's done is kind of whine the entire trial. Just whine. No, Judge. The entire time, just whine. God, this woman. Okay, here's a couple of things. We could, let me see if this thing is still going on. We could just go check out the shooting and see the presser that they did a mini presser. I don't know if it's over. I think it's over. Let me see. Update 2 injured. Is it still active or it's over? That's what I want to know. There's no longer active shooter. Okay. No, I don't need to do that then. There's no longer active shooter. Let's save the notifications for something else. All right, so I have tomorrow morning stream set up. So I'm gonna redirect people there. Tonight we should have a few notifications if something pops up. I feel like the chases right now are just dry. You know. Carlos says Jennifer said if she could change anything about that day, she wouldn't change anything. Oh, I think that messed her up. Oh man. She around 11, and then text was 3 minutes later. Maybe 11:15 they fell asleep. Oh, we're gonna see. The prosecution is about to whine also. Yeah. So tomorrow should be interesting. Should be a spicy morning. I don't know what other witnesses she's going to bring. Definitely come check us out in the morning. Make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe. Subscribe to the second channel as well, because if things pop off, it's probably going to be on the second channel tonight to save notifications in case we have issues like today where we have the connection drop and we have to reconnect and things like that, all right? So Ick and Mel CC is the second channel. If I have to do something, it's going to be there tonight. Probably like a Kansas City. I gotta check if there's any updates today. It's usually in the afternoon and like sometimes the evening time, some updates come through. Let's see if any updates come through for the Kansas City men. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging with me today. Appreciate it. Love you guys. It feels weird. We're ending early. It feels weird. Thank you. Love you. Bye.